Afternoon, everybody. How we doing? Well, how are we doing today? A few people in already. Lovely day here in southwest England. I don't know what it's like where you guys are, but it's pretty rough. Theo's in at last. Must have got a notification, Theo, or got it from my community tab. Benji, he's out catching dinner. Weekly treat, eh, Theo? Drop a red wine. Nice. Brian, how you doing? Nick, Petronics, Phil Taylor, hi Phil, Keith Brandle, Andrew Alsfer. From the Fens today, Andrew, not Monte Carlo today then. Mac Vision 3D, how are you? Rob Cross, hi Rob. Doug, hi Doug. Colin, hi Colin. Rob Titheridge. 2E0 SFC, good afternoon to you, Russ. Bretsky, hi Brett. Barry, hi Barry. And Rob Hall. Dull and cold in Berkshire. Sunny hail not long ago. Oh. You're back home now, Andrew. Excellent. And I see you've been steaming as well. I see you've been steaming, Andrew. I did quickly manage to catch your video before I came up. That's why I'm a little bit late, actually, because I was just watching the end of it. Hi, Simon. Simon's World. How you doing, mate? Which reminds me, somebody sent me a Gus Honeybun badge. Was that you, Simon? Someone sent me a Gus Honeybun badge. Hi, Graham. Cliff Richard is still a creep. No, he's not, Graham. He's fine. Cliff's fine. You leave our Cliff alone. Mike Atlantis, how you doing, Mike? Spanky! How you doing, Simon? We haven't seen you for a while, mate. How you keeping? How are you keeping? So UK's sort of coming out of lockdown again, isn't it? I mean, from tomorrow, all the retail shops, I believe, are back open. And barbers, all that sort of stuff. Not you, Simon. Wow. I'm not sure who that was then. Someone sent me a Gus Honeybun badge for announcing birthdays on air. I'll have to go and get it in a minute. It's a bit random and it's anonymous, so I don't know who sent it. It's you, it's you, Spanky, was it? Oh dear. I'll have to wear it when someone's got a birthday, won't I? I'm drinking me cup of tea, look. Very rude of me, isn't it? You had your second jab, Rob? Arm feels like it's dropping off. Which one, Rob? AstraZeneca or what's the other one called? Pfizer. You got to own up, Simon. Well, thanks for sending it, mate. Anyway, it's a good idea. I should definitely be wearing my Gus Honeybun badge when anybody's got a birthday. So what have I been up to? I've managed to get 6 radios out the door this week. Well, they're not quite out the door, but they're all done and dusted and invoiced and paid for, etc. So I've got to get them all boxed up and off tomorrow. Got quite a lot coming up. I've ordered a load of parts for that mental AOR SR2000 of Williams. I still haven't got round to yet. Well, it's not that I haven't got round to it. It's one of them things. It's in the queue with everything else, and I gradually seem to get through my queue. So people that are waiting for radios, apologies, but it's only me, and I sort of spend part of the day doing radio work and other bits and pieces as well. So I try. Still doing the B&O. Got a screw or two missing. I thought the B&O was on eBay for sale, Benji. And I've managed to get myself a bulk eraser if the guy ever gets back to me and lets me know when I can pick it up. So I managed to get a bulk eraser. Hopefully I can erase all these cassettes then. Fingers crossed. So yeah, Pfizer. I've heard that the Pfizer has got less side effects than the AstraZeneca. Whether that's right or not, I don't know. Everybody's sort of differing with side effects, aren't they, really? I was a bit groggy next day. My arm was sore for about a week. Mrs. Cruncher felt really rough the next day, but then she was fine from there on, didn't even have a sore arm. So it's a bit random, isn't it? It's a bit random as to what side effects you get, and I think it depends on age. I've heard the younger you are, the more likely you are to get side effects. I'm really not sure why that is or how that works, but there you go. Also, someone I follow on, well, a story I was following on YouTube. I mean, I know a lot of you are car nuts, but were you aware that the Minder Capri, Terry McCann's Capri, got burnt out? I don't know if any of you are aware of that, but it's back and up and running, back and working. It was a fair old job that was to get that one restored. All these old Ford bits and pieces are starting to get really, really hard to get. Everybody wants to restore the old Fords, don't they? I'll see if I can find a link to the Minder Capri. Yeah, here we go. Furious Driving. I think there's a playlist on this. We've got adverts. But yeah, I'm sure a lot of you used to watch Minder. But if I share my screen a minute. If you can see that. This is the this is it. Mark II Capri. I think it was a 2-litre S from memory. I had the 3-litre Gia Mark II. If I had a couple. No, did I have one or two? I think I had one. I certainly had a bronze 3-litre Gia Mark II with the same wheels. And if anyone's interested in following that up, it's Furious Driving. But there is a playlist with all of them in. But it basically had an underbonnet fire on its way back from an MOT. So luckily the fire brigade got there pretty quick. So the majority of it was under bonnet, the damage. So you can see it's pretty extensive. But yeah, that certainly is a classic, sort of a cult car, that one, isn't it? So yeah, just a bit of randomness again from me, but there you go. Minder was a great series, wasn't it? Are you sort of being restored, Brett? Rob, you keep apologising for stuff you've done wrong. You've never done nothing wrong, so pack it in. You don't need to worry. God, annoying sometimes, Rob keeps saying that you've done something wrong. You can remember the Sweeney. I can remember the Sweeney. I think the oldest ones that I can remember are Z Cars and Dixon of Dock Green. That's the two oldest series I can remember. I must have been I don't know how old then, but I must have been a bit of a toddler or something back then. You drove one like that back in the 80s, did you? As I say, I think I had a couple Mark IIs. I certainly had a couple Mark 1s, couple Mark 2s, and a Mark 3 as well. Yeah, sadly the Duke of Edinburgh has passed away as well. That's a big shame. I mean, I think we all knew it was coming. After his latest hospital stint, he really, really looked poorly when he came out of there. So yeah, our condolences to the royal family. I believe the funeral's next Saturday, isn't it? So I'm sure a lot of people will be watching that. So yeah. Well, today, as I say, we've got to have a look at this RP30 that we're restoring for Sean. Well, I'm restoring for Sean. So last week we went right the way through it, managed to get all the transistors done, all the capacitors, all the electrolytics done anyway. So really good. King Charles is coming and New Zealand will become a republic. I'm not sure what that means, Graham. That sounds political to me, mate. So let's alter around a little bit. Let's go to the main camera. And no, not that one. That one there, picture in picture. Hopefully. Yeah. I've got to alter this camera about a bit. I was doing some filming yesterday with this tripod, and I haven't sorted out the cool. It's one of these Gorilla Pod things, and I've not sorted it out yet. It's better. You get a certain angle because it gets blown out by the window house. So yes, got me mug of tea. So I'm carrying on with my tea a minute before I crack the beer open. So yeah, this is how this one finished last week. It worked fine. I think we had some lastminute.com issues, but I did get it going in the end. Things that we've got to do today: we need to set the amplifier up first. We need to do the quiescent current and midpoint voltage. Although I don't like touching it unless I've absolutely got to on these because of this wire wound resistor. Say that without your teeth in. Wire wound resistor. Let's get the overhead camera in and I'll show you what I mean by that. I'm sure some of you know anyway, but if you don't, you will know. Let's get all these parts. I have got to do a bit of a parts restocking exercise. I've got the parts, but I just haven't got round to putting them all away yet. So yeah, the wire wound resistor is in here. It's one of these bar type ones, and they've nicely secured it with this red paint, which is a pig to get off. And what tends to happen is if you release this and start moving it, it actually breaks the wire on the resistor, which you can just, I don't know if you can see, but the wire wound bit is on the back. It's got Paxilin on the front and like a wire wound resistor on the back. But yeah, if you can get away without touching that, then you really ought to try not to touch it if you can help it. Died at 9 AM on the 9th, 99 days into the new year. That is strange, isn't it, Thea? Hi, Andy Beck, how are you? Des, it's a nightmare trying to get your old system up and running. What system's that, Des? Hot cross bun. Hot grease in the morning. Harvey, have you ever repaired a Texan radio? My mate has a love for them, and I'm the twit that will have to repair them if they fail. I don't think I've ever done a Texan. I've done a few Sangians because a lot of them are rebadged for Roberts. But I haven't done a Texan. I've got a Texan here, but not done one. So as I say, that's one adjustment for the quiescent current, and the midpoint voltage adjustment, I believe, is this one here on the side. So we need to check it. If it's not far out, I'm not going to break the seal and mess with that one, because if I break it, I'm in trouble because you cannot get those anymore. it needs to be able to handle a couple watts really, and I don't think those other pots will do it. That's why they've used this wire wound one. Don't really want to stick a rheostat in it, that would look shocking. I have had them go before, as I said. I've managed to scavenge them out of other amplifiers, but I'm running short on spares for amplifiers now. So let's find the service info. I did have it here just now, but you know, I had to reboot because everything froze up. Resonator, how are you doing? He picked up a Super Sovereign the other day. Very nice, Resonator. Excellent. Right, let me find a couple documents here. So is it in documents or is it in downloads? I think it's in downloads. I think it's in downloads. Let me just search. It's RP30 in it. Yeah, I did have all this sorted just now, but as I say, I had to reboot the computer. Okay, it's going to let me restore the pages. That's nice of it. It's in it's in Microsoft Explorer though, which does seem to sap a lot of the system resources. Oh well. So let's get up to the quiescent current and find out how they want us to do it. Adjust it even. Test specification, audio checks, quiescent current and midpoint voltage setting. Here we go. Okay. Okay, so there's the instructions for our quiescent current setting and midpoint voltage. Just gotta get my soldering iron untangled from everything. So we've got to do two things. We've got to cut the link. Probably get that a bit smaller. Pop that there. Just wonder if we can get the amplifier board in the other picture. Put that number 3, that should come up there. Okay, so if I now go back to the schematic, hopefully you can all see everything. Let's zoom back out on this one a little bit. The thing I can't see is the chat for a minute. So we've got to short the amplifier by sticking a link between number 4 and number 5 of this pin, these pins here. So that is basically the input and ground. So it's these two here have got a short. So let's get a lead to short them out. I normally just put a solder leg across this, but capacitor leg even, so that's that shorted. Connected 10 milliamp meter between the test link terminals, having first cut the wire. So hopefully you can see this. So this is our little test link here, so we need to cut that wire. And bend the legs up. I'll give that pot there a quick squirt with Servasol, just to make it a bit easier to move. Now really, in theory, in theory this shouldn't need adjusting because I haven't changed any of the transistors. So changing the capacitor shouldn't alter the settings on this. But it's very rare that one's actually spot on. And if you haven't got these settings right, either you're going to have not a very nice sounding radio, or you're going to have a radio that's going to eat batteries for a living. So it does need checking, if not adjusting. Right. Let me sort my power leads out. Let's get the power supply hooked up. What sort of voltage are we on? We're on 6 volts. We need to be on 18. Make sure that's not connected to anything. Oh dear. The joys of live broadcasting. Let's stick the main camera on number 3 now. Let's take that one off number 3 and we'll put that one on number 3. There we go. Okay. So we need to sort out some meters. So I'm going to stick that on there, slide that down, save it shorted. Apparently if you short your speaker leads out, you'll damage the output transistor, so we don't want to do that. It is current limited, this, so that probably wouldn't happen in our case, but best to try and keep them as far apart as possible. And not give them anything to short out on. Right, okay. So we need to connect a 10 milliamp meter between the test link terminals, having first cut the wire, and a 0 to 10 volt meter between the midpoint voltage test point, which is the junction of R19, R20, negative to earth. So R19 and R20 are the 2 resistors back here in behind this variable resistor. So it's those 2 in there. I think they're very high tolerance, and they're rated about a watt by the looks of it. It might be half a watt. They're certainly bigger than the other ones. So we need to get a meter in between there. So again, the best thing is going to be to find out where the junction is, which is just here. I think you can see that. So that's the 2 resistors, so just stick a wire on there as easiest. Otherwise what you tend to find happens is your test leads keep coming off and it's a pain in the neck trying to do the measurements, because you need to look at both of these at the same time, really. So let's just put a little bit of flux on and stick a test lead on one of these. We'll go with that one. I can do it a lot quicker than this, but it's, as a demo, it's better to do it this way, really. Right, so there's our little lead. Right, where am I now? Let me see. Right, I didn't really want that. I wanted the screen cap. Back in the middle. There we go. Okay. So, hopefully, let me just have a quick look at my thing. So we should have the main yeah, okay. Right. Connect the batteries and switch on. Let's get my cup of tea out of the way. All finished. Ready for beer insertion shortly. Let's get a couple meters then. So I'm going to use this one for my current measurement. Key sight. Assuming I can find all my extra clip-on leads. Which never really clip on that well. Let's sort myself out here a minute. Well, let's get those out of the way, and we'll get. We're going to get in to do the midpoint voltage. What we got? Fluke is buried somewhere, so we're going to have to use this one. Use the good old Maplin Precision Gold. So I'll stick that on the 20 volt scale. Hopefully we'll see both of those meters. Let's clip some leads on. Apologies, I still can't view the text for a minute, so bear with me. I keep saying bear with me, don't I? So I have got a video coming out in the week as well. Nothing to do with bearing with me, but I repaired one of our fence posts yesterday, and a few people had asked me, you know, said that they wanted to know how I got on because they were going to have a go at it themselves. So I thought I'd do a little video on it. So I've done a video. It's out to level 2 Patreons at the moment, but it should be out midweek to everybody, so look out for that one. Just trying to get a decent earth connection here, trying to go directly on that copper nut. That's fine. Setting up is takes a lot longer than actually doing the adjustments on this. Okay, so that's my midpoint position. So I'm going to clip these two on, but you can guarantee they'll be the wrong way round. Need to change these leads, put that in the milliamp position. Right, so we are looking for RV4 to give a quiescent current of 4 milliamps and RV3 to give 8.85. So, fire in the hole. Let's have a look at what we've got. Are we safe? Nothing shorted. Looks good. There we are. See on power. And we have nothing at all. Why is that? Check my leads. I can see why. My red lead has decided to jump out of the terminal. Try again. Okay, it doesn't look good, does it? We have no midpoint voltage. We do, it's just not a great ground connection. Let me think, where can we get a decent ground? Can we get a decent ground there? Hang on, it would help if it was on DC, wouldn't it? Let's try that again. Well, 0.2 milliamps doesn't seem right, does it? Why 0.2 milliamps? Certainly we're very close to 8.85, but that isn't going to make a lot of a difference to the quiescent current, which is absolutely zilch at the moment. I'm just wiggling the adjuster. Let's give that one a bit of a squirt as well. Let's pop the power off. Let's give that a little bit of a wiggle. Definitely in milliamps. Definitely in the right terminals. Leads are all plugged in, hooked on properly. Try again. We have no quiescent current for some reason. Am I missing something? Am I doing something wrong? So dirty terminals. See 8.84. That doesn't need altering, does it? It's altering as we get hotter. Okay. We're going to have to move that thing. Oh, what pain. Right, let's turn it off again. I think it's the, it's got corrosion on the thing. Let's sort these screens out then. Let's go main camera there. Let's get rid of number 3, picture in picture. And let's get my chat back up. Let's revisit the chat a minute. Right. Catching up. I'm way behind. Okay, can you guys tell me Pioneer A400 amplifier is any good? Nick is the man on amplifiers, and Simon. Afternoon, Derek, how are you? Have an SA706. Plenty of archives on eBay. Just going through it. Dids, how you doing, mate? Why a cup as opposed to a beer tankard? The bishop's finger is a pointing. Yeah, it's here. It's here, ready to go. Just I only just finished my lunch because I was watching Andrew Alsford's latest video, so still had my cup of tea on the go. Aston, how you doing? I am your father, Aston. I am your father. Good video, Aston. I wonder what the hell was going on there. If no one's caught Aston's latest video, you have to watch that. So it's a bit bizarre, but quite funny. Dave Rhodes, how you doing, Dave? Bob, a busy screen. Certainly is, mate. Chris, how you doing, mate? All the gear, no idea. You had big computer programs. No worries, Bob. Plenty of time. Lots of screens open, I know. Hopefully I'm just down to the 2 now. I was trying to get all of them for you so you could see the alignment info as well as the meters and me. Arena Engineering, how are you doing? Yeah, we're okay. Mrs. Cruncher's at her back, actually, Derek. She's got a bad back at the moment. But, you know, YouTube turned on the stream for you with 360p. It should be 1080. It'll catch up in a minute, Arena. Change to 720. It should be available at 1080, Arena. It's one of the things that I used to stream at 720, but the image quality wasn't really good enough for looking at text. Right, let's go to the overhead camera again, because I need to manipulate this this dreaded, let's see if I can get a bit better angle here. This dreaded, it's sort of upside down, but it's sort of the right way, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I'm going to try and manipulate this thing. So I don't know if the paint will crack or not. Hopefully it will. Otherwise I'll have to get the acetone out. Yeah. Why do they put that stuff on? Let me get the old goggles on and get in a bit closer, see if I can scrape that off with the tip of a screwdriver or something. You need to get the stuff off, otherwise it won't move along the track. Sounds like it's a train, doesn't it? Right, that's got the paint off. Will it move now? Yes, okay. So you can see it sliding along the track now. So let's connect it up again and see if we can, I mean, that might have actually freed it up just doing that. Yeah. More fingers and thumbs here today. I think my hands are hurting from using that lump hammer yesterday. Mind you, it didn't take me long to do that fence, so yeah, you'll have to look out for that video in the week if that's of interest to anybody. Right, let's turn it on again. Okay, still nothing. It's almost like this is not reading correctly for some reason, because I would have thought I would have had a better reading than that. If we're too mad with this, we'll pop one of the transistors, so. And we've got 1.5 milliamps. What should it be again? Should be 4 milliamps. Don't think we're going to get 4 milliamps. It's halfway up the scale, you know. I don't say we've got a dodgy. See, if I wiggle it around, it sort of goes. So have we got a broken wire on the wire wound? Wire wound? Or have we got an issue with something else here? Don't turn off now, we need you. Yeah, see if I wiggle it. .7, 5.8, that's too high. So we'll go back a little bit. So I mean that's 4.5. We're a bit further on than we were originally. That is us holding at 4.5 now. This has gone up a little bit. Say these are a little bit interactive, so if we knock that one back. Wrong way. That wants to be 8.85. God. 4.4. Bet your life if I move this even a fraction, we'll lose that again. Yeah. And we're the wrong way around with the leads as well. Just put those the right way around. Not that it makes a lot of difference, but 4.2. Yeah, see, it was stable a second ago, wasn't it, at 4.2? Let's just move it back that way a fraction. These are horrible, these things. Yeah, I think that's about as good as we're going to get it. Let's move it back that way a fraction. 2.5, that's got to be up there then. Oh dear, oh dear. I mean, I have... horrible things. I think I'm going to possibly have to get that out and go over it with the fiberglass pencil. Otherwise we could be here for ages messing with this. Turn those off for a minute, get them out of the way. I'm going to have to take it out and go over it with the fiberglass pencil. Distortion on AM section of Hacker Hunter. Distortion on AM section. Just on AM, you're not getting any distortion. Are you getting any distortion at 0 volume, Mike? Daniel, how you doing, mate? You don't think that pot will be reliable long term? No, definitely won't be, Nick. The trouble is, can anybody come up with a replacement? Because I'd like to find a replacement for it. It looks like someone's had a go at this before, actually, because, come on, let it go. Let's see if I can pull the thermistor off without disconnecting it from the circuit. Can we get them out? As usual, everything's a little bit tight in here. Nope. This doesn't want to come off of there, okay. Should come out of there though. I'm just trying to release the thermistor at the moment from the resistor. Should come out just by heating that. I will be able to bend the wire on me. These wire wound things are a pain in the neck. Yeah, it'd be useful to get an alternative part, but I haven't been able to find another wire wound one of the same value. Stick a long multi-turn pot in its place, paint it black so it doesn't stand out. I don't think they're rated enough though. I don't think they're rated high enough, Harvey. I'd love to do something other than these things. They're pain. There he is. Right, that's the 2 leads disconnected from it. Let's desolder it from the board and have a closer look at it. So that's that one there. And that one just there. He's fighting all the way. Right. He's out. There he is. Let's give it a clean up. So you can see the wire wound bit is on this side. If I get in really close. You can just about see the wires there, look. So it's a very tightly wound resistor, and this is the wiper on it. So I have sprayed it with switch cleaner, but that hasn't done anything. And let's get some beer situation going first. Jed, how you doing? Adrian Hobby, good afternoon, Adrian, and welcome. Let's go and get the Abbott in the house first. I've got to go with the religious theme, really, haven't we, on a Sunday? I haven't got any of the bishop's finger in today. No finger in today. That doesn't sound good, does it? I've got none of the bishop's finger in today. It does smell good, this though. So we can do it without creating a massive head again. AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, and Abbott AO. Simon, how you doing, mate? Were those a standard part, or was that something Hacker had made for them exclusively? I don't know. I don't think they were exclusive, but they do appear on a couple of their amplifiers. What have I got here? Have I got the Mini Herald had it, and this one, and obviously the RP18. Have I got another one here? Yeah, so this is an RP18 board. I've got the wrong camera on. RP18 there, look, exactly the same. You can see that one's further at this end, which is where I was getting 4 milliamps. I mean, back where this one was, he was near the center, and I wasn't getting anything on that. So, yes. So, I'm a sip of my beer anyway. Is that a Devonshire thing? What's that, Adrian? And you've hit the caps lock, Adrian, as well. Okay. Right. I suppose first of all we need to check the resistance of it. So let's just do that. Also check it with this, being that it's still connected up. We're going to have resistance of the leads to take off of this, but let's have a look what the overall resistance of it is. So it's saying it's 362 ohms. Let's have a look in the book, see. No worries, Adrian. Let's see what it should be. That seems a bit low to me, but RV, which one is that? RV4, isn't it? RV4 should be 300 ohm. Q current setting control, 300 ohm. So it's a bit high. 60 ohms high. Let's just check the wiper then. See if that is picking up the. Yeah, see. It's much more stable at that end. So I think, yeah, what we need to do is give it a good clean with the wire. Ha! Cheers, Rob. Thank you very much, mate. Give it a good old clean with the fiberglass pen, and then hit it with some deoxit, I think. Yes, it says 300 ohm on that. And we'll see, I haven't compensated for the leads. Let's just see what the leads are measuring. So how many ohms are our leads? 0.8. Yeah, so he is a fair bit off what it should be. Right, cotton bud. The end tags. What's that, ZX? The end tags. The end. Yes, I did, Aston. I did win it, but the guy hasn't got back to me, so a bit worrying. I won it, and I got it for an absolute bargain price. Let's get rid of this red muck on it. Something to play with in the wee hours. Clean it and then a drop of fader lube. I haven't got any. Oh, I have got fader lube. Yeah, you're right. No, I'm just going to say I haven't got any fader lube, but I have, Doug, because you sent me a little file of it, didn't you? Good call. We'll see if I can find it in a minute. I know roughly where it is. In fact, I think I can see it. So I'm just going to get this red paint off this side. It'll just help it slide along the track a bit easier. Should use acetone really, but a bit aggressive, isn't it? Okay. Right. Let's get a fiberglass brush on it. Are they wobbly? Oh, the end tag's wobbly. I see, right, okay. Not really. That one is a little bit, but then I've just heated that one up and yeah. Well, I see what you're saying there, Harvey. Wibbly wobbly. It's saying it might not be giving very good contact. Certainly a bit of flux on it. Let's give it a going over with the fiberglass pencil then. Hopefully I'm in shot. I can't see because I've got the instructions in front of me. All right, okay. So this is making a difference. It is brightening up the wire. As I say, very often what happens with these is they actually get a break in them, and there's nothing you can do to set the quiescent current. It just will not do it. Strange, isn't it? Because it was working fine, but you just never know. I mean, it wasn't measuring anything. Bit of a higgledy-piggledy mess here now, that. So I'm going to give it a squirt with the deoxit. This is a pain, this deoxit. These new cans are bloody terrible. Just let that soak in a bit. And then Doug has sent about the fader lube. See if I can get my little... Still got them, Doug. I use these very sparingly. This is deoxit, neat deoxit. I think it's D100. And deoxit fader. So it's a lube for conductive plastics, but it might help it move along a bit better. I see what you're saying there, Doug. Well, let's just give this a bit of a exercise now. Right, got a messy bench now. You put a 300 ohm preset in your RP18. It was a 1/4 watt one and it's still working, and that was 2 years ago. They are a pain, Mike, aren't they? And welcome, Mike. I didn't see you pop in there, mate. I think we've had this discussion before, Mike, haven't we, Mr. Racing Demon? Right, let's see if that's improved stability at all. Let's connect it back up. See if it's, I don't think it's going to have altered the resistance of it, but we'll see. No, it's still around 360. Let's wiggle this. Yeah, so wiggling the connectors are not making any difference. So we do have a good connection. Let's clip onto the slider again then. Oh, that looks pretty stable there now. Move it. Look at that. That's a lot more. Yeah. Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good to go. I think we are good to go. And I'm all tangled up. We've got leads everywhere here now. It's a hell of a mess as usual. Hell of a mess as usual. I need to get the Abbott in me. I need to get the Abbott in me a minute. I need lubrication. That's really not sounding good, this, is it? So I think we'll do what Doug says and pop a little bit of fader lube on that. That won't hurt it. A resistance wire does not solder, so crimping's the only way. As I say, I've just given that a little wiggle, Harvey, and it's not causing any issues, so fingers crossed. Let's put a little bit of this fader lube on here. I'm going to soak it. I'm just going to put a little tiny bit. If I can get it in there. There we go. On the slider. Thanks again for all this stuff, Doug. It's still getting used. I mean, was it a couple or 3 years? I think it was about 3 years ago you sent all that stuff to me, Doug, in that box. I'm still using it now. It's everywhere. But I still got the original box. Anyway, cheers everybody. So yeah, I'm just waiting to hear, Aston, from the guy on eBay as to whether as to how I'm going to pick this degausser up. Yeah, still nothing heard from him, which is a real pain because he might have decided that he don't want to sell it now, which is a bit naughty. It does happen, unfortunately. Right, let's pop this back in. Should we get it the right way around? See, I had that in nice then. Just moved my fingers and out it jumped. So I really thought the midpoint voltage in quiescent current was an easy little thing. I thought we just do that quick and then we can crack on and have a look at the alignment, but it's not to be, is it? Never is. Sod's law. Sod's law as per usual. Right. Let's solder that back up again. Let's get some of this stuff off the bench, out the way. Let's find some solder. When are you going to service your first Revox? When I get one, Theo, which is probably going to be never. The Abbott's affected my speech already. I've only had a swig. This is right. Okay. Let's pop this wire back in here from the thermistor. Of course, it could be a dodgy thermistor. Let's just check that. let's check the thermistor while we're here. Now I wonder what value the thermistor is. It's one of these parts that's not marked. They just never want you to know what it is. So the thermistor should alter its resistance with heat. You've got negative temperature coefficient and positive temperature coefficient, and I never know which one's which. One makes it go up and one makes it go down. Oh, we can actually measure it across that wire. Look. So let's measure what that is at the moment. So that's 118 ohms. So I'm across the thermistor at the moment. So if I get hold of that with my fingers, just put a bit of heat from my body in it. Okay, so that's a negative. So it's going, the resistance is dropping with temperature. Look. So if I let it go again, it should start creeping back up. So that is one of the parts that it's got absolutely no marking on it whatsoever, and it doesn't actually show it in the service manual, I don't believe. Let's have a look. Just have a look, see if it's actually mentioned in the amplifier circuit. It's not listed in the spare parts anyway. Here we go. Yeah, it's not. So let's go to my, no, we want the screen. Go to my screen, hopefully you can see that. Yes, you can. So there it is, look, it's just shown as a diode across the resistor, which is 300 ohms, RV4. Oh, actually, no, there it is. Ah, no, there it is. That's the battery saver diode, isn't it? That not battery saver, it prolongs the battery life. It's here, R22, and it says on there it's a VA 1080. Now somewhere I did have a data sheet for those. Now, where was it? It was in my little Mullard handbook, I think. Anybody got that? VA1080? It's a Mullard thermistor. Strange it's painted all red, because normally they've got a colour code on them. VA1080. Was it 1080 or 1040? Oh God, it was 1080. I'm thinking 1040 because I've got 1040 here. So the list of VO1086. Yeah, it's a bit of a mystery one, that one. No information in any of the Mullard data books, apparently. So his is measured 130 ohms at 21 degrees C. Well, mine's pretty much that. I'm saying it's 21 in here now, so... and there is a thermistor by CPC, which is close, apparently. But that looks fine then. I mean, that is working fine. Let's do it one more time, just for the hell of it. Stick my fingers on it again. So yeah, it's definitely working. Always worth testing. I have changed one of them once, I believe. And it's quite right, there is an alternative part. I've got some thermistors in here, but I've only got 2 of those VA1040s, or 3 actually. I got them from Malta, but they're very difficult to get hold of. It's the ones that they use in the Roberts RT1, the 1040. Right. Just going to stick that back in. Now we know it's working. Now, is it going to behave and go back in nicely, or is it going to fly out across the room? Let's let that cool down for a second while I have a quick swig of my Abbott. The Abbott. Yeah, I've just quickly looked at the... This is the Vintage Radio Net forum, look, which is a mine of useful information. A lot of guys know a lot of stuff on here. If you get stuck, then this is the place to look. So this John from Wincanton is saying it must have been a special. No information in any of the data books. He's measured 130 ohms at 21 degrees C and 85 ohms at 35 degrees C. Which is correct, it's going the right way. He also found one that's stocked by CPC, which is a close match. 123 ohms at 20 degrees C and 67 at 35. If you add a series 12 ohm resistor, the result's close enough to substitute for the original part. So that's a good pointer there, and that's the part number. I take it that goes to CPC, does it? A lot of stuff is out of stock at the moment. Yeah, see, this is happening a hell of a lot. Available for back order. They haven't got it in stock, and you find a lot of these parts are starting to get really difficult because of the coronavirus, and I think stuff is not coming out of China as well as it used to. Are we having Wednesday's cap bingo today? We could do, Theo. I've got them here. Where are they? They're here. They're here, all waiting. Right. Okay. So at least we've hopefully sorted the thermistor and managed to ascertain that the wire wound resistor is working as well, which is a big bonus, because if that had a break, then we'd have to stop playing and start looking at replacing that one. Come on, get back on there. You know you want to. So I'm trying to solder the wiper back. Well, I'm trying to fix the wiper first so as I can solder it. I'm faffing about with here. There we go. There we go. Right. What a lot of hassle, but hopefully it'll pay off, and we'll be able to set the quiescent current now. At last. Strange, isn't it? Because I say it was working fine. You would never know that there was a problem with that unless I'd actually measured it. Right, let's hook back up again. One of your wires had come off your thermistor, cleaned it and soldered it back on, fixed it. Yeah, let's say I have replaced one once, Mike. It just wasn't doing anything. You got no notification on Wednesday. I just don't know what's happening. Some people have actually messaged me this week and said that they got a notification half an hour beforehand. I mean, I will try and remember to post them on my community tab. So I'm really not sure what to do with the Wednesdays now, because we are really technically out of lockdown as of tomorrow, aren't we? Not 100% out of lockdown, but do we carry on doing something on a Wednesday? It really depends how well the streams are attended, really. So I don't mind doing them, but we shall see what the general consensus is. We don't get that many attendances on a Wednesday, really. And looking at the data, a lot of people are about in the evenings more than the daytime. So, right, let's crack on and get myself hooked back up. That was our positive. It takes ages to set this up, doesn't it? Very little time to adjust it, but absolute age to set it all up. And where's my other clip lead gone? No, that's not the clip lead, that's my microphone lead. Where's my black clip lead disappeared to? Oh, there it is. Valdir, afternoon, how are you? You're having the problem as well, Rob? What with notifications? I need to open up Drive now. George! You've missed the Zorba music for Phil the Greek then. Phil the Greek. How you keeping, George? I haven't seen you for a while, mate. Right. Fingers crossed. Let's just turn that off. Make sure we're all connected up. Nothing shorted. Milliamps. DC volts. Fire in the hole. Okay, right, yes. Let's slide her on forward. Oh, much nicer. Look at that. She's coming up. Come on. 4. Sorted. Need to get this one to 8.85. That one's gone slightly high now, so we need to pop that one back. Now that one's gone too high. Let's turn that one back a bit. I think that'll do it, don't you? 4.1, 8.85. Sorted. No worries, George. Well, there you go. I mean, you'll find it creeps up as the thing warms up. I think, do they say to do it again after a minute stabilization or something? Let's have a quick look, see what it says. Seal RV4, switch supply off. Yeah, normally it's sort of say give it a bit of stabilization, so that's crept up a little bit, so we'll just ease that back. Yeah, that'll do us, I think, don't you? That'll do us. So it was a little way off that. Change that lead over. Keep forgetting to do that. I'll stick voltage up in the milliamps setting, which pops the fuse. It usually pops a fuse in the leads because a lot of my leads are fused. Right, let's undo all this spaghetti. Yeah, and I get what you're saying now. Yeah, we did sort of say our condolences to the royal family, George. And yeah, he was Greek, wasn't he? You are right. I wondered who you meant by Phil the Greek. He's certainly done some good things, didn't he? I mean, he certainly was a character. You can say that for sure. What a character. Okay. We're getting sort of back to normality here. Let's get sorted. We need to just turn it back on and make sure it's still working. And I need to seal it up. I think the Mrs. Cruncher's nail varnish, just the job. I'm sure you've done these before though, Mike. The RP18s, haven't you? You've done the voltage and quiescent current. Is the one that you're doing at the moment, Mike, got the wire wound bar in it? So I'm just cleaning up with some isopropyl either side. Don't really want to get any anything on the actual, what am I trying to say, on the wire wound side of it. Don't ever glue that side of it because you will snap it as soon as you try moving it. Try and just be really careful and just seal this edge. I look like I've done that before, don't I? You finished it. Has it got the? It's still got the wire wound in it then, Mike. You haven't done the mod and put the multi-turn pot in there. Give that a little bit more. That should hold it in place. There we go. So that's Sally Hansen's Hard as Nails with Nylon Clear. Hard as nails with nylon. Right. Soon time for another of the Abbott's Best. That went down a bit too well, really. Right, let's take off our links. Not sure where Sean is today. He does sort of family things, I think, on a Sunday. He doesn't normally miss the streams, or Mr. Man Cave Workshop, and this is his radio. So you'd think he'd be here, wouldn't you? You can sort of seal these, but I don't bother because they don't really move. I suppose when Sean does have his parties in his cave, it might get rattled about a bit. Okay, so that's that done. I need to solder this back together or put another link in. I think we'll put another link in that one. Let's put another link in. We've done the mod on your white dial-faced RP18. I've still got my white dial-faced one to restore yet, Mike. That could be something coming up in the future. I got some interesting stuff from Simon to look at this Wednesday. He sent me some lithium ion stuff to look at for potentially powering hackers and Roberts, etc. So I've got to do a little bit of research and have a read through everything he sent. And testing the capacity of batteries. Now, my electronic load is allegedly for that purpose. But I've not really worked out how to do that yet. I don't want to blow up any lithium-ion batteries in here if I can help it. You have your white-faced 18 that you haven't touched, or your white 25B, or your gold sovereign. Right, okay, George. Got some nice radios there, George. Hopefully you'll get them done, George, and share it with us with one of your great videos, mate. Right, let's just take that out. I'm sure you've got some more dressing up gear that we haven't seen yet, George. Right. That's out. Let's stick a nice capacitor leg in there. A nice meaty one. There we go. Nice. Right. Just solder that back in. then we'll give her a run, make sure that it's not gone distorted or anything silly. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, not heard much from Sean this week, actually. Hopefully he's okay. Done with my snips. Dropped them on the floor. Just pop them off. Right. Well, that was a 10-minute job that took an hour and 40 minutes. Look, to get there eventually. So let's have a look then. Mike, lockdown loot for the channel. Thanks, mate. Thank you, Mike. Right, let's get him fired up. Medium wave. It's got an external aerial socket there. Get the we'll get the Sony active antenna in because it's a black hole for medium wave and long wave in here. We'll get it ready. You never know, it might be amazing. As I say, we want to look at the IF and that in a minute. See if we can improve that. I was thinking of trying to use the synad meter to try and align it with that. The synad works on a 1 kilohertz tone, so if I can inject a 1 kilohertz tone into the front end, we should, in theory, be able to align it using it, shouldn't we? Don't dress up in a game. Gavin, how are you doing? Your friend's husband is a lithium-ion battery expert and spends a lot of time setting fire or exploding them in a remote quarry on behalf of car firms. Hell, Gavin. Welcome. He could be. He did say last I think it was last Sunday, he was in prepping the shop up. But yeah, you could well be right there, Brett. Plenty of dress-up clothes. You still can't find a summer frock in your size, though. Must ask Demises Roussos. Right. Okay. Fire in the hole.
You want to take any chances with this? I think probably David Moyes was feeling very comfortable until that goal particularly gifted to Leicester. Sort of for David Moyes.
It's fine, it's only drawing 20 milliamps.
I think we still stick to those guiding principles that His Royal Highness set up when we first mind, body, spiritual development for young people. But that looks different now to 65 years ago. So we have young people across Devon who do things from Zooming relatives or residents in care homes to
let's turn this on.
Going out and coding programs for websites, and it's a phenomenally wide and diverse range of young people that take part, which is the beauty of that programme and how it's developed and changed over the years.
That cleans it up a bit, doesn't it?
What does it mean to those young people who actually, you know, get to meet the Duke, who, I mean, relatively recently, I was...
Well, what a cracking version of Somebody to Love. That's by West End Supergroup.
Is there a counter on here for West Ham? Noble couldn't release Bowen. Bornhouse tries to get a foot in, he can't get there. And the ball played towards Vardy, who's in the penalty area, but a little wide. Sends it across. Fabianski puts her arm out. They get it out through Diop.
It's about 70 milliamps
coming through
on full
Ricardo
whack.
Pereira looks for the 1-2, gets it back. That's wonderful football round the goalkeeper. Did the goalkeeper bring
100 milliamps on high volume. Long wave.
Helplessness. She's looking at me. Their eyes meet. As the sick woman looks over at him with a kind of vague mockery, and he stares back fiercely. Her napkin begins to slip from her lap.
Well, we don't need to align
as it falls.
long wave because that's bang on 1500 meters, which is radio 4 on long wave while it still exists. Sean doesn't want me to touch any of this. He says it's patina. He doesn't want me to retrobrite the knobs. He wants to keep them sort of creamy coloured. They should be white, but he wants it as is. He wants it as it is. So he's also working on a back panel for it as well. He's managed to find a spare black one, which got a bit of damage on it. So he's repairing the damage, and he's going to try and spray it in like an off-white colour to match the knobs. That's his plan. Right. So okay, we're working. I've got to get a screw and not in a bolt for that a minute. You want to go where your country girl goes, Mike, do you? Oh dear. Nearly thawed, is it? Hard to get a Laura Ashley in a size 30 plus. Oh dear. You need to make your own, George. And get the sewing machine out, mate. No hammer supplied by him. Graham, seeing shortwaves if you are tuning into any radio in Brazil. I did hear some stations in Brazil on 11 meters the other day. I actually had one come back to me. I did give him a quick shout. But yeah, Brazil is working particularly well at the moment, Valdir. I have had quite a few contacts with Brazil. I seem to get Brazil quite well from this spot. Right, okay. So, let's have a look at what it says for IF alignment. And I think we're going to ignore totally what it does say, actually, and do it our own way. But you never know. You never know. Let's have a look. See what it says. Quiescent current, amplifier sensitivity, frequency response. I mean, Chris did say try doing a frequency plot on the amplifier, but I think I need to have an experiment with that first before dumping it on you live and trying to work it all out. Tone control. This is just test to make sure it's working correctly. Well, we know that. AM signal generator. Let's pop the signal generator on actually so it warms up a bit. And typical, the frequency counter's off. At least you've seen one thing today, and that's how to sort out problems if you can't get your quiescent current right on one of these, and what the most likely issue is. Right, so I'll just leave those to warm up a bit. A voltmeter, voltmeter, and a wobulator A shielded radiating loop. Oh, I need to get one of those. I need to speak very kindly to Mr. Andrew Ausfer and see if he'll make me a brass box. I got the tube now to do the loop, but I haven't got a brass box. And he's a bit of a master at some modelling stuff. So let's get rid of the picture-in-picture. So this is what we're looking at. Alignment and sensitivity checks. So it's saying about the AM signal generator. We've got all that, no problem at all. Volve voltmeter. I think we can substitute the output meter for the Volve voltmeter. Or you can use an oscilloscope really, I suppose. A wobulator. I don't think we're going to need to do any wobbling. As I say, most of the stuff you can hear these days on medium wave and long wave is heavily compressed. It sounds rubbish, but a shielded radiating loop. So this is something I haven't got. A length of copper or brass tube of a diameter suitable to clear 3 strands of 20 gauge PVC wire. Tube is bent into a circle of approximately 10 inches in diameter. 2 ends pass through a copper or brass box, approximately 2.5 inches square, the latter having 1 open side. Tube is insulated at one end and from the box by suitable rubber grommet, and the other end soldered to the box. And the lead from the signal generator should be screened and the braid soldered to the same point. Yeah, okay. For a 405 ohm 1% resistor. That's a weird size, isn't it? But you never, I might have that. I've got some weird size resistors here. So IF alignment. So again, I think with this IF alignment, we'll just pop the output meter across the speaker with the correct load on it, and we'll just put the loop as close as we can to the medium wave aerial coil. Just cores of L4, 5 and 6 to attain an even response curve. So I think it's sort of common practice to just peak them for maximum. I still haven't managed to get these curves up on the oscilloscope yet. I've messed about with it and tried it, but I just can't do it for some reason. I don't know why. Either my scope ain't up to the job, either of them, or I'm doing something wrong. RF alignment, we can look at that, but I don't think we're going to need to adjust that. We might. There is a bit of jiggery pokery you can do by moving the aerial coils to get a bit stronger signal, so we can look at that. We'll get it as good as we can for Sean. Right, let's dig the output meter out. Dig the output meter out. Oh, a bit stiff. A bit stiff after doing all that hammering yesterday. There's a good old Marconi. Let's move all this back out the way. So we can use should be able to use those 2 leads to give us our outputs to the old watt meter. Do that the other way around. Ass about face here, Graham. So, what ohms is our speaker? What ohms is our speaker? Let's It's one of these weird ones. Is it 30 ohm? Something like that. 30 ohm. So we're going to need to do 3 times 10. Hopefully you can see that. I don't know what the screen's looking like at the moment. Yeah, okay. You can see it. I'll zoom out a little bit. We're a bit close. See the old meter swing. Dom, how you doing? Luigi, you're late but there. How you doing, mate? Welcome. Right, okay, so we need to get the signal generator. Is it 470 kilohertz, the IF? I'm not paying attention, am I? Let's get back to IF alignment, IF sensitivity, IF alignment. Yeah, 470 kilocycles, so let's find 470. In fact, I think I'm on 470. Let's find my leads and my makeshift coil, which seems to do the job. So because we've got that disconnected, we can actually stick that right over the top. Tuning gang fully meshed. Medium wave. Just going to check the frequency. We can find the BNC lead. Can we find the BNC lead? Can we? How? Times 10. Let's just have a quick go in there, see what we've got. $455. Okay, so it's $455 what I was doing on this one last time. So 470. $470. There we go. So let's turn it on and see if we can hear that. Oh, we're on. Okay, why are we not working then? Oh, we can't hear it because we've got no speaker, Graham, have we? You fool. This is one of the things about putting a dummy load across the speaker, you can't hear it. It's definitely there. Let's turn it down a bit. It's a bit. go down in a couple scales. Why aren't we, there we go, there we go. Right. So, twiddlers. And these are particularly awkward pots, these. See if I can get you sort of in maybe on the overhead cam to show you what I'm adjusting. So L4, 5 and 6. Yeah, I've got to be really careful with these because they break so easily. And you need a tool that goes right down inside them. So there's only really one tool that will do that. And that's one of these. So let's get the overhead camera in picture. You can sort of see them there. So these are the three we're going to be doing. It's difficult to get the camera in shot, so that's the oscillator at the top there. We don't want to touch that one. You can just about see it if I move it slightly that way. Can you see all three? No. There, pretty much. Okay. So yeah, the tools are these. This one was given to me very kindly by Rob, and this one by Aston. Aston actually made this one, so it's really... The problem you've got is these cores are hollow. So you need something that fits exactly, and that one of Aston's just drops right down inside there, look. So it's totally hollow. Oh, and that's taking us off the scale. Let's just ease that back a bit. And the next one, this one's peaked anyway. Let's use this other one. It's easier to get in. It's a bit finer. Not making any difference, that one. Next one. That one is. That one came up a fair bit, and this one, it's affecting it by the metal. And the last one, whoa, hell. Let's just turn that down a little bit. That was a fair gain. Let's turn the amplitude of the signal down. Oh, that's wrong. What's going on there then? Let's have a listen to that. I don't know what we were... There's our tone there. That's just, we're going to have to go back through that again then. So we had a lot of noise coming through that. Go through those again. So the metal, even though it's phosphor bronze, it is affecting it by me putting the tool in that. Very twitchy. Very twitchy. Hell. Some good gain there again. Next one. What's going on? Doesn't like this metal tool, does it? And the last one. That's as good as it's going to get. Come back, needle, also forgiven. Yeah, my coil isn't coupled great, that's why it sounds a bit funny. Just check that it doesn't drift off frequency at all. Doesn't sound great, does it? I'll say this is an old girl and it does drift a little bit, so 469.9. It hasn't drifted a lot actually. Oh, it's 470 now. 471 even. There we go. Doesn't sound right for some reason. definitely peaks though. It's definitely peaked. Let's take that off and see what it sounds like now. Yeah, that is better.
Elton John. Can Manchester United get a revenge? Conor McNamara has the team.
Something's interfering with it, yeah?
Lost a home league game against Manchester United. He makes 3 changes today from the Tottenham team that drew at Newcastle last Sunday.
Damn light.
He does. Tottenham have scored 51 Premier League goals this season. 40 of them have been either scored or assisted by Kane or Son Heung-min. They rejoin their partnership today. The other changes for Tottenham are in defence. Sanchez and Tanganga.
Okay, that's the IF done anyway. That's the IF done. It's a beauty, isn't it, Mike? I think, is it Brett's just got one of those? Is it Brett or was it, no, it was Colin, I think, has just picked one of these up, isn't it? It's Colin. Hi, Harvey, how are you? Other Harvey. Colin has got the one with the connections on the top, like a little flap. This has got the connections on the bottom. But this was actually given to me by one of the members of the Vintage Radio Forum, Mike. It's a cracking bit of kit. It's really good for tuning stuff up. It was Colin, wasn't it? Let's get some more beer in, because I'm slacking on the beer front. So, I mean, you can tune the IF by ear, really. If you've got a weak station, you can just trim the IF course for maximum sound. And to be fair, you're never that far off in my experience. You ain't far off in that. You ain't far off. You ain't far off. Right. Yeah, Colin was here just now, but he's popped off somewhere, I suspect. Let's go in with probably one of my all-time favourites. Let's go in with the McEwen's Champion, which I thought was brewed up in Edinburgh, but it says it's brewed by Marston's in Wolverhampton, and also Italy as well, Milano. Well, it didn't say it was brewed there, but it says that's where the brewery is. Yes, it's 7.3%, so that's strong stuff. Christ. Let's get some of this in me anyway. I'm sure that's going to make it all better. Careful, don't want to waste any of this. It does foam up quite a lot when you stick this in the glass, and I had a couple bottles this the other week, and of course I leave a little bit in the bottle and then top it up when it subsides. But I found I'd left 2 bottles with a a bit in the bottom of each of them. Of course, it was the day after, it's all flat, so you're going to need to remind me to top up. Will it all go in? I might have got it all in one. Oh, that's going to be touch and go. Ah! See what I mean? It's yeah, it's got it in. It's in. Brew and hot cross buns time. Right, let's have a look at what's next on the list then. What is next on the list? We're on to RF alignment now. I'll put this down the bottom, hopefully you'll be able to see that. Switch receiver to medium wave, set pointer to 600 kilocycles per second. Kilocycles per second? Okay. There is no 600 kilocycles per second mark. So they are having a laugh. It's all in meters, not kilohertz. It's all in meters, not kilohertz. Oh, 500 meters. Okay, I didn't see that bit. Right, okay, so 500 meters. That's easy enough to do. Let me get that over to 500 meters. Okay, so inject signal from AM generator via loop at 600 kilocycles a second and adjust the core of oscillator L3, which is that one tucked up in the corner, I believe. Yes, it is. Right, so we need to be on 600 kilohertz. So that's button number. So I'll do this without the meter connected up to start with, just to see if we can find the signal on the scale. We can listen to what it sounds like. So you don't want to stay in there for me, are you? The 600 kilocycles is obviously 600 kilohertz. Kilocycles was the old way of saying kilohertz. I think kilohertz was associated with hertz. I can't remember the whole history thing of it, but you know. Right. Fire in the hole. Well, he's there. It would help if I had the 1 kilohertz tone. So we've got some interference there, or there's a station nearby, or something here is interfering. Yeah, we've got some interference from something here. Something's beating with it. Is it that? No, that. No, that. No. Something here is interfering. Is it my phone? Yes. It's my phone. Right, so let's connect that up to the old output meter. Where are we? Let's have a look at the screen. Okay, let's go back to that. For some reason, I don't know why it's blotted this one out. Ah, it's because I turned the power off to it. No, it didn't like that. There we go. So the oscillator core is hidden in there, look. With the little dots on him, just in here. There he is. He's hiding away. Right, okay, let's get the leads back on. The output meter. Yeah, so it's no wonder I had a funny sound when I didn't even have the 1K tone turned on. So we might need to revisit the IF in a minute, just to make 100% sure it's peaked. But I think it is, because I peaked it by ear as well. Okay. So let's try the tool in the hole, which won't go because all these wires are in the way. No, that one ain't moving. Oh, no, he is. Oh, there we are. So definitely got a peak there. So we should be able to hear that. Where's me signal tracer? Apologies, headphone wearers. Oh, hang on. Me leads come off. That's definitely sorted. Apologies for the headphone wearers. Okay. Next. So next we've got to inject via loop 1500 kilohertz and set the pointer on the receiver to 1500 kilohertz, 200 meters mark. That's over the other end of the scale. And what we've got to adjust there, C15 oscillator trimmer. That's going to be one of these ones up on top here, I suspect. One is going to be medium. Well, actually there's 4 here. So 2 will be the oscillator, medium wave, long wave, and the other 2 will be the RF. So let's see if we can find C15 oscillator trimmer on the... Have we got any parts layout here? I don't think we have. Oh, we might have. Hang on, here we go. Just get this down a little bit. Here we are. So C15 is the bottom one. C3 is the top one, which is the aerial trimmer, and the oscillator trimmer is the bottom one, C15. Okay, brilliant. So that's 1.5 megahertz, I think, wasn't it? 1500 kilohertz or kilocycles. Let's get back to it. Yeah, 1.5 megs. Okay. So the trimmer in question is, if I can get to it, is it in shot? Yeah, you can just see it there. Apologies, I'm trying to sort of get this picture in picture. So it's the bottom one of these. There's two here. There's a bank of two. The top one is the aerial trimmer. The bottom one is the other trimmer there. Right, so let's set this to 1.5 megs now. Let's just stick the... I mean, I could just wheel it along, but it's just a bit more accurate to set it up with the frequency counter. Come on, 1.5004, that'll do us. As I say, it doesn't need to be mega accurate for RF alignment, although the aerial trimmer side of it could do with being pretty good. Right, let's have a listen with the there, but it doesn't sound very nice. So it is a little bit off. It is a little bit off, so we need to bring that back in. It ain't far off though, to be fair. So if I leave it on this scale, hopefully when I hit it, that needle will fire across. So need to get a tool in there. Let's use Aston's Special. Let's see if that will go in. Yes, it will. Oh, it's got this red paint stuff on it again, hasn't it? Ah. Let me just pop the power off a second and let's just break the seal on it a sec. Hi Ganesh, how are you? Cool, that ain't budging. Let's use a screwdriver on it. A big screwdriver. Okay, there we go. Now he's moving. Right, let's try again. So everything's falling everywhere now. Well, it's just got it started off anyway. Come on, where are you? There you are. Here he is, Spike. For some nice alignment shenanigans. Right, okay. I think we're good to go. Let's make sure nothing's shorting. Yeah, good. I have moved it a little bit. I might have actually moved it onto frequency. So let's have a quick listen with the signal tracer. Be good if we could actually get that hooked on, wouldn't it? Just turn it off a sec. Just pull the insulation sleeve back on this one a bit. We certainly can't hear it there at the moment. So let's turn the trimmer. If I can get in there. Cool, he's finicky. He's nearly there. Hell, that's difficult to get to. Okay, let's get me off a minute. So you should be able to hear it. I just want to see it come up on the That's bang on the 200 mark. You just see it peeping through the corner there, look. David, how you doing? You've been watching on the telly, switched to the iPad. So to be fair, that wasn't very far off. Next step. No, that's my email. We don't need my email. We want that. So next step. Okay, so now we're going back to, this is the problem, we're back and forward. So I think we're going to adjust C32 for maximum output. I think we're going to keep it on the 1500 for a minute. I'm going to skip number 3 and jump straight to number 4, and then we'll go back to number 3 in a second. So by that I mean this here. So it's saying, like, so we've done the 1500, and then we're going to jump back to 600, and then we're going to adjust the medium wave coil. I suppose we ought to, really, didn't we? Pain in the neck. Yeah, let's do that. We'll do that because that is moving the coil along the ferrite rod. So yeah, we've done 1 and 2. We're going to go with number 3 now. 600 kilocycles. That's back to the 500 meter mark. I've got to adjust the signal generator again. I could have done this with the stabber lock, to be fair, but I like to get the old wobbler out every so often. To flop the old wobbler out for you to have a look at, have a play with. What am I saying? Dear, oh dear. Right, okay. 600 should be there. There he is. So if I touch the ferrite rod, you can see ultra in it. So the idea is to release the tape and just move that ferrite rod to get the best deflection. So we're going to move the ferrite rod to get the best deflection on the meter. So you can hear we've got a pretty strong signal. So let's turn that down a little bit. Let's drop down a scale. So stick it on 3 dB. Well, it's not on that scale, but 0.2. So I'm going to try and get the old tape off of the ferrite rod. Just turn that off a minute while I'm doing that. So we'll go back. Hopefully you're on the ferret. You're on the ferret rod. Can you see me, ferret? There we are. So there's a ferrite rod. So I'm just releasing the tape from the end. And the idea is to slide it backwards and forwards till you get the best reception. So you've got to release this as well. This is a problem. You've got to release all of this tape really and redo the whole lot because it's all connected to these wires. And you can't slide it along with the wire still connected. This one's got a nice piece of elastic in it. Right, okay, we should be able to get a bit of movement on that. Right, okay. So we need to move it. So that's, again, we'll put it on so it's on 0.2. We're now on 0.4, so we're gaining. .6. How? Gonna need to release the tape further back. How? Okay, we're going back now. Surely. Hang on. I lost one of my wires off my thing, that's why. Okay. Right. Try again. It's definitely better. It's definitely better up there. Still going. I think we'll leave it at that. That's a hell of a gain. I'm down to 5 millivolts on the signal generator. Let's get my what's the name up again? My chat. I lost my chat. I can only get away with it because swoosh was not right. Right, I think that's successfully sorted the area, so I'm going to stick some black tape around that. I've moved that about 3/4 of an inch along from where it was, I think. Maybe not quite that, but half an inch that's moved, I would say, from where it was. Let's reattach that. Sorted. Right, what next? It's going to be the best RP30 on the planet, surely. Okay, so now we've got to go back to 1500 kilohertz and adjust C32 for maximum output. Right, so I should be able to just go 1500 there. 1500 was 200 on the scale. So you should hear it coming up. That's moved a little bit now. So you need to adjust that. Let's just adjust that. I'm going to set it on about 0.2, so I've got to adjust C32 for maximum output. C32, I haven't got that the wrong way around, have I? No, I got that the wrong way around. Oh, okay, where's C32 then? C15, C3, C12. Where is C32? Or do they mean C3? Is that a typo? Is there a C32? Let me just turn that off a second. Let's get to what I'm banging on about here. I'm wondering if that's a typo, or if I read it wrong. Yes, it's saying here that tune to 1500 and adjust C32 for maximum output. I think that should be C3. I think that's a typo, but we'll have a quick look at the schematic, see if there is a C32 a minute. So this is the tuner, yeah, okay. It's going to be on the front here somewhere. And no, that's a typo, isn't it? I'm sure it is. C9, C16, C11, C13, C15, C14. I think that should be C3 personally. I think that could be a typo, but yeah, so C3 is down here. I think they mean C3. I don't think they mean C32 because we're still on the front end. We've done the IF. C32, C29, C32 would be on the amplifier board, I think. So I think that they mean C3, medium wave aerial. The C12 and C6 are the long wave oscillator and aerial. I'm pretty sure it's C3. I think that's a typo, which just seems a bit strange for a hacker. Anybody got any ideas on that? So we're looking at number 4. Yeah, so then on long wave it's saying tune to the light program and adjust C12 for maximum output. So that's basically is the our 198 kilohertz radio 4. So just adjust C12 for maximum output on radio 4. But this, I think that should be C3, not C32. I may be wrong, of course. I think it's C3. Yeah, it's got to be C3, hasn't it, Theo? So C3 is the top one just there. That one. That's C3. So turn it on. Let's put it to 0.2. Let's see if we can adjust this one for. So that one was already peaked pretty much. No real difference there. Right, okay, so let's turn to long wave then. And we'll tune to the light program, or radio 4 as it now is. So, now we've got to do...
What are you grateful for? We should praise mishaps, ordinary days and funeral songs, inventories of everything.
C12, and C12 is got to be one of these two. C12 is one of these two. One of these two down here. Now, which one is C12 then? C12 is the bottom one. There. The long wave oscillator. You can't really see him there because the... There you are. Now you can. So we need to turn this one. Cool. That one is solid. So again, that's affected by the...
So we emerged into this howling gale. All crosswork and tangles, it was absolute chaos, but it was such fun. And then we all went back down to the whole block. Drowned rat, chase, cover, very, very good party. It's a piece got no sound. It was so relaxed, isn't it, that trip? It's incredible.
So let's just bring the... I've knocked a load of my cassettes all over the floor, as you probably heard just now. There's a bit of a cassette avalanche going on. Let's pop this one back in.
The higher ranges. We climbed 14 peaks between us. Everybody said 8 women zones, there'll be lots of arguments. We did not have a crossword, and it was the most fantastic experience.
Go on, talk then.
Count the moon as your mate, and you're never alone, where the chorus of night meets the chorus of stone, and you switch on your head torch so day needn't end, and you tune
that's done.
each note in each voice of each friend, and someone's brought hip flaps, and someone's made fire, and someone is wobbling on evening's high wire. Praised and precious, precarious, longed after Sundays, and out of sight, out of mind, kept at bay Mondays. And if you've forgotten your tent, it's all right. You can make moss and bracken your bed for the night. We got to the foot of it. It's quite an epic getting to it.
Right, 167.
Mum was much better at climbing than they'd set off, and she said, "I can't do this. It's like a gritstone problem."
So we've got to inject via the loop again. We've now got to stick 167 kilohertz in. So 167. So 150, 165. So around about there, I think. So listen to that then.
So you want to stash memories of cool...
So it's going to be 1800 meters. That's right over here somewhere then. Let's get that out of the way for a minute. That's cheating. Let's connect me. We'll get there. Right, so this is Operation Aerial Coil again. It's a real stretch for my overhead camera now. I wonder if you can see that, I'm not sure. Let's turn the light on it. So we've got to adjust the position of the long wave coil for maximum output. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Oh yeah, you can see that there. Just pop it up a little bit more. Benji's got everything, Mike. Okay, so let's loosen off the tape holding this end on. Again, we'll have to loosen up the other tape as well. Turn back on again. So put it on 0.2. Bit better. Hang on. That's the best there. We gained a bit again. We've gained a bit again. Another bit. Everything gained is a bonus. Not that we're going to have much on long wave and medium wave in the future, I don't think, but let's make the most out of it. And when we're all using our pantry transmitters to retransmit to our nice old sets, we still want to have the best reception possible, don't we? Right, let's go and reattach the wires. While I'm at it, one, two, and the last one. My scalpel's attached to the bench now with old tape. There we are. So we did gain quite a lot on medium wave and a fair bit on long wave. There's one more adjustment to do, and then I think we're done for adjusting. The happy seagull. The happy seagull. I thought you'd be the happy fox, but he's the happy seagull. Right, let me just find the final one. So you've now got to adjust via the loop 250 kilohertz and tune the receiver and adjust C6 for maximum output. And C6 is the other trimmer. So what did it say? 250. 250, that's quite close to long wave. So 250 is there. Come on, where are you? There he is. Let's turn him down a bit. So let's give that one a tweak. That's the other little red one tucked in underneath. I think we've got that that way before, didn't we? You see that? Yeah, there we are. So we're doing this one now. Let's increase the signal a little bit, it's a bit weak. Apologies. Let's give that one a tweak. Gained a little bit, not a lot. There we go. That is the alignment done. So let's disconnect all of this lot and get her put back to normal and give her a bit of a test. Assuming it is a female radio. Then really all I've got left to do is a bit of tarting up. I think Sean wants to do some bits of it on his channel as well, so I'm not going to do a massive amount more because I know Sean wants to feature it as well. So between us, we'll have it all done and dusted. Yuck. Not that Sean's going to have a massive amount of time left now. He's going to be going back to his barber shop tomorrow. And Mrs. Cruncher's first day properly back tomorrow. She's been in and out doing various bits and pieces, but not a lot. Do with her going back. So let's reconnect the speaker wire. It's been good having her home, to be honest, but from finance point of view, it's better for her to be in there. Although they have looked after her, to be fair. Okay, so we're back in now. Let's get rid of the good old Marconi. Let's get picture-in-picture number 3 out of the way. Pop me out of the way while I just put this back up. So we didn't really achieve any cyanide meter testing, but I think the reason for that is I blame the wire wound resistor. I'm going to go and see if I can find a screw and a nut and a bolt for that a second. I also need to quickly look at another one to know whether it needs to go, that needs to go on top or underneath. Because we have got, if I zoom in there so you see what the hell I'm on about. It actually arrived like this without a nut and a bolt. So this is just floating around in the breeze. And I don't know whether that goes on top of that bracket or underneath. It could go either way. So I'm just going to go and find a screw a minute. Thanks, Mike. Certainly we gained a lot out of that. Right, Mrs. Cruncher? Yeah? We've been out with the DEOs, or they're not going out today? They had a good run yesterday. They've been out in the field anyway, haven't they? Spoiled them doggies are. Right, let's get my... I need to get some of these computers sorted as well. I've got a Commodore 64 red bin to do. And I've also got an Amiga to build from scratch. And what else have I got? What else have you got, Graham? All of it. All of the things. Right. Is that one there? Potentially, yeah. Okay, that looks good. Always pays you to take off any little tiny screws, especially these hacker ones. Aha, no, I think I've got potentially the exact one. No, where's my other? Oh, that's just a normal Herald. Where's Nathan's Herald? It's just here somewhere. Okay, it goes on the top. It goes on, sits on the top as I've got it. And it just goes through with a silver nut. So that one's too big. That one's wrong. Okay. Still at it. I've got a couple boxes here. One's with Hacker little tiny bits and pieces in, and one's with Robert's little tiny bits and pieces. I think it's one of those. I'm going to bring a variety of screws and see which one fits the best. You can't see what I'm doing, but you got the sound effects anyway. Was there any washers on that thing? Probably not. Yeah, there's one washer on the outside. Oh. It's coming back. Bag of sweeties for Mrs. Cruncher. Thank you, Mike. I'll have to get her some Ferrero Rochers, won't I? That's her favourite, Ferreros. Right. I'll put a bit more light on the subject now. So it looks like it's just a single screw. Now will that go all the way through? Yes, it will. Okay, so it's a single screw with a washer on it. Genuine Hacker spare parts. And then we need to get the nut on the back of it. Let's give that a tweak up with the nut driver, which I've got here somewhere. There we go. Sorry, you couldn't see that, could you? But hopefully it'll focus, focus, focus camera. There you go. Job done. The nut and bolt fitted. We'll have to get Mrs. Cruncher some sweeties. She tells me off though, Mike, when I buy her sweets, because she says, I don't want that. I'm not supposed to eat chocolate. I'm not supposed to. I don't want to put on any weight. I can't get into my clothes. Lockdown. Look at the weight I've put on in lockdown. She ain't put on any weight. It's all in her mind. She's doing the same. It's doing the same dress size, so good. Women, innit? Hey, women. Women. Right, okay. Let's get back zoomed out and let's have a look, see what this beauty will do now then. Let's get everything back as is. The only thing really left to do, and we have got time, so I might well do it, and that's to polish the dial plate. Now, I'm a bit concerned about the dial plate. I'll tell you about that in a minute. What's cat? What? Look at cat. Okay, right. Find the hole. There's a hell of a lot of stuff interfering here, but let's get the old external. I don't know what that is, but we've got a station right down here. Let's get in a bit closer. We'll have a scan through the dial. So I know people that aren't from the UK do like to see what stations we can get over here. How's that? Oops. Copyright. Gotta watch a copyright. I've had a shed load of those recently. He says as he does it still. It's certainly sensitive. French.
Au total, plus de 100 personnes ont écopé d'une contravention de 135 €. D'autres ont réussi à...
So we're on that's RTE. Oh, nice one, Rob. So we're on long wave. As you can see, the long wave button's in. So we're coming up to 1500, which is radio 4, hopefully.
I want to cry, and I feel the tears stuck in my head and I can't get out.
gave evidence at Colonel Raslan's trial. His statement's important for the prosecution, but what makes it that much stronger, they believe, is that they've also submitted to the court the documents that...
This does seem a bit stiff. I think it's just because it's screwed up tight against the dial plate. Let's just loosen that off a little bit. Yeah, that's better. Right, medium wave. Let's move our active antenna over. Some of these tools out of the way. That might be Absolute Radio. Absolute Radio. Absolute Radio is very, very difficult to get here. I can barely get it. I might be able to get away with putting the other light on now for a minute because I'm on medium wave. And Absolute Radio is right up one end of the scale, so I reckon that is Absolute Radio. Absolutely Absolute Radio.
But gives the ball away. Being fouled Harry Kane. Harry Kane holds his head in his hand.
So that's about 1,400 metres. Oh, we're on the top scale, aren't we?
Some of the decisions have been very flamboyant as well today.
So it's about 430 metres. So we're on the top blue scale now.
It just glided the ball away from Pogba. Tottenham will try to counter-attack here. Harry Kane, good pass down for Lucas Moura. Intercepted by Maguire.
That's RTL, Luigi, is it?
Manchester United regain comfortable position inside their own half. Maguire in the white boots. Long strides up to the halfway line. Lovely weight.
Well, it's a very weak station there. This is a very weak station somewhere there. And that's it repeated there, I think.
About torture and murder in Syria. The questions in Professor McKeith's email focused on information about company registrations. They asked no questions about the actual work of the NGO. And so Nana didn't think replying to Professor McKeith's email would make any difference. What's obvious? Your story.
Well, I had it through my school, and they introduced it quite well. So you start off with bronze, which we did because I live in Guernsey. We did.
I suspect that'll be our local Radio Devon. That's on about 370. It's about 370 meters.
Need to go and do my gold, so I skipped silver and went straight to gold, which meant that I had to do hours per week.
Different heroes, meet Sir Tom Jones. Available now on BBC Sounds from BBC Radio Wales.
It says Welsh, look. Radio Wales.
result that separates them. Tottenham and Manchester United 1-0. But that doesn't...
Radio Wales, Derek. Absolute Radio's 250, is it? Oh, I'm on the wrong end of the scale, so it's likely to be over here then. But that was Radio Wales there, allegedly.
A really good goal, really well worked goal, good finish from Son.
Choice, Steve. We're talking VAR again and disallowed goals.
Is that Talk Sport or Radio 5 Live?
That's good news, Crossy fans.
Okay, let me read some of the messages. Michael, if that was a foul by McTominay, surely they have to deem it a red card offence. Paul, very perplexing how VAR can deem a slight
well done, Rob.
to the face as a foul, but not a boot in the head. Now that is a good point actually, because
it's the last French station on Longwave, is it,
today,
Luigi?
James Tarkowski challenged for a ball in the Burnley-Newcastle game, and Longstaff was going to head it into the back of the net. And it kind of...
Yeah, fabulous opportunity. You learn lots of confidence, see lots of beautiful scenery, and it's a winner, really, isn't it? Especially love the
got something on there just after 300 metres.
Every time after we finished.
It's Radio 5 Live, was it? Nigel, how you doing? Thanks, mate. We're the same here, really, Luigi, with Radio 4.
And working your way through different challenges.
Well, you're going to give it a go. I'm just going to try and play devil's advocate. It was impossible because it was such a bad decision.
Got something else there.
It is what it is. There were Spurs fans texting, we're going to talk. I'm sure there will be, but I'm sure other fans as well will be a little bit. But the Manchester United have got a few decisions. The old VAR over the season, but everyone does. But that wasn't just. I think
so we've got another sports station on about 270.
So we did a whole feature on VAR. Lots of others.
The how at getdigitalradio.com. Love radio, go digital, age 16 or 17, with things to say and views to share. If this is you or someone in your family or friendship group, listen up. For the first time ever, 16 and 17-year-olds will be able to vote in the Senate elections this May, allowing more young people in Wales to have their say.
That's Welsh again.
17 and up for making history.
There you go. That's got to be Absolute Radio then, as Derek said, and that's absolutely bang on 250. So we've got... Well, I really struggle. I really struggle to get Absolute here. 693 is the Radio Wales transmitter in Wrexham. That's pretty good. I mean, I'm literally down in North Devon. I'm miles away. Well, saying that, Wales is over the water for me, to be fair. So probably that's, yeah. Absolute Radio is transmitted from up at Watchet now, I think, for this part of the world, which isn't a million miles away, but I really struggle because there's a lot of hills between us. So I'll wait for the adverts just to see if that is actually Absolute Radio. It's marginal, isn't it? It is. It's absolutely Absolute Radio. There you are. Wow. Novus removes oxidized car bodywork. Wow. Yeah, RP30 is nice. RP18 is the same radio with FM, really. So if you've got an RP18, you've got an RP30 on what's the word? So, yeah, the RP18 and RP30 are pretty much the same. They've got exactly the same boards in them, except obviously with the RP18 you've got the FM front end and you've got the FM IF. So twice as much work on the IF strips. So that's absolutely brilliant. I'm pleased with that. I'm sure Sean will be chuffed when he watches it back. So let's pop the power off. And we need to have a look now. Let's get the amplifier board out of the way. We've got half an hour messing about, so let's see. Now my concern with this, and I mentioned this to Sean, because down on these strips, you've got to take these strips off in order to gain access to the top panel. And it makes it much easier for us if we can get the top panel off to polish it. What we don't want to do is lose any of the writing that is right on the very edge and potentially going to come adrift. As soon as we pull this top off, we could end up peeling some of this lettering off. So I did mention that to Sean, and it did frighten him a little bit, because it is, as you can see, it's absolutely, I mean, it really doesn't need polishing. It's pretty good. There's a little bit of rubbing, as you can see, around the volume pot, as you'd expect. And a little bit, I'm just trying to catch it, a little bit around there. But to be fair, it's really, really good. It doesn't look like it's been, like it's had a hard life at all. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pop these side pieces off and see if the dial plate moves. If it's stuck fast, then I'm going to leave it be. I'm not going to try and prise it off. Thanks, Mike. So let's zoom back out a bit. That's quite nice to have a trawl through the bands, though, wouldn't it? It's only medium wave, long wave, but it just shows us differences throughout the UK. I find the easiest way to get these off is to just get a screwdriver and just very gently go along. You don't want to rush this because you don't want to bend these. So this is the seat of the pants moment. Last thing we want to do is damage this lovely dial plate, because it is really nice. So I'll turn it over the other side. Do exactly the same. Okay, that's a little bit tighter that side, so let's get a smaller screwdriver. Move up to bigger one. And bigger. Right. Okay. Well, he's certainly loose there. We might. The problem is they stick like a double-sided tape down. Now I can see that is released right down to about here on this side. This side is pretty much stuck solid. Oh no, it's not. No, it's moving. Okay. I think I reckon we'll go for it. We'll go for it. Let's take the knobs off. I think if I can get some goo gone down the holes. Where are we? Sean's. If I can get some goo gone down the holes. So we've even got, this is a really good condition radio. As I say, I bought this for myself, but Sean's been really good to the channel. He's a good mate, and he wanted it, so he's going to have it. And I'll just have to look out for yet another one. So this will also give me the opportunity to lubricate the pulleys. And strangely, that one, oh, it has got one, but it's gone down in the hole. Yeah, the actual like little dust thing is gone, dropped down through. Right. Oh, actually, I think we are in luck. Oh, yes, we are. Look at that. Pretty much blemish free. There's a little bit of breakout, but nothing on the wording, and it's all covered by those strips. Whew. Whoa, that was a relief. And there's our other little gasket. So these here, let's put that safely there. These are very tarnished. You can see that's what it should look like. Chrome, but the other side, which faces upwards, you can't reverse them because this has got like a lip on it, so that goes underneath. So the only thing we can do with that is a bit of very fine wire wool, and then a bit of what am I trying to say, a bit of wadding metal polish. Right, I'm just going to quickly skip to the loo, and then we're going to have a go at polishing that dial plate. I'll be back. Right, that feels better. Time to crack another abbot, I think. Time to crack another abbot. Yeah, it's unusual. Very often they've got double-sided tape along this edge, which or like felt tape. And when you try and lift it, it pulls it off. I mean, I tend to strip that off and put Kapton tape on. So we won't be wire wooling though. So I've been wire wooling outside because the debris that it leaves is quite dodgy around your bench. It sticks to speakers. So that's really crusty. That I need to get some lube on that. So I'm going to put a little drop of oil on that and let that soak in while we're doing the dial plate. As dry as a bone, that tuning spindle. Ooh, don't you go on the dial cord. Don't cheap on the dial cord, you naughty. Naughty, or that sounds better straight. Oh, that's much better. Oh, nice. So let me just get a cotton bud. I've turned into Northern Graham. Let's get a cotton bud and just make sure I can get all of that. Not anything going anywhere near the dial cord. Oh, that's much better. Oh, that's 100 times better. I should have done that earlier. Right, let's get that out of the way a minute. Yeah, let's turn that the other way up, because it's better to scratch the perspex than to damage the paint finish behind. Right. First things first, let's get some blue roll down. Get some blue roll down. Hi Rich, how are you? Use my pen oiler. I did that. Sorted. It's really scratchy, that was. So I'm going to put down some blue roll. I tend to put down a few layers of this because every time I polish it, I take up a layer and I've got a nice fresh layer underneath. This is 3-ply as well, so you do get a lot of layers on this. Right, that'll do. So this is to make sure that you don't scratch it on the bench. So we need to get rid of all this muck. So I'm going to use just some wet wipes to start with. Paddy, how you doing, mate? These do smell nice. Citrus. You don't want to waste elbow grease polishing off dirt. See, this dial plate is actually really good. There's a couple little tiny bits of breakout. But nothing that you'll see. So I've got a rather sad occasion on Friday. I've got to go to Gary's funeral on Friday. So thanks for anybody that did donate to his flowers and to get him up to I think Birmingham. He's going to be laid to rest with his grandparents. Where his ashes are going to be interned, I think. So anybody wants the link for Gary's memorial, I'll pop that up at the end. So yeah, that's on Friday. And then of course we got the Duke of Edinburgh on Saturday. It's all sad news at the moment, isn't it? The good thing is lockdown is ending. Okay, that's nice and clean. I'm happy with that. Anything handy I could use for dial cord. The best thing for dial cord that I've found is the trout backing line, Paddy. Go into your local fishing tackle shop, and have I got any here? If you want a quick fix that does work for the majority of radios, have I got any here? I've got loads of different sorts of line here I use. I've got all sorts of different ones, but my best The one that tends to fit 90% is the trout backing line. And what's the odds that I can't find it now that you've said that? And it's definitely in here because this is what there we are. So there. That's that fits most stuff. It's braided line. It says tight weave backing, £20. So it really depends what you need to use it for. And it's very firm. It's quite stiff. It's got no stretch in it, so it makes an ideal dial cord for a lot of stuff. If you use involved radios, then it's too thin. But that's what I use for most things. Some radios are very, very finicky about dial cord. Right, let's get polishing. We're not going to need the heavy scratch remover on this because it's only got some fine scratching. So we're going to want the polish and shine for afterwards. And we're going to want the... Oh, there's a lot left in that one. I have got another one now. Fine scratch remover. Let's get some cloths. What have we got here? I actually use the Novus cloths as well because they're lint free and scratch resistant. 20 minutes. I think we're going to have enough time to do this and have a quick look at the caps. Now, I did get the R707 going in the end. Can you remember that FM was distorted on it? It was £20, Paddy. £20, 50 yards, tan, tight weave backing, Black Ridge backing line. So for your Roberts and your Hackers, that will normally get you out of trouble, but some of them you've got to get the exact thickness, otherwise it binds up or it won't catch enough. One of the two. Right, so I'm going to concentrate just really around the tuning knob and the volume. I'll concentrate most of my efforts around that area anyway. Now, we're not looking for a brand new. Sean likes his, he likes keeping a bit of history with it, as I'm sure a lot of you know from his channel. He loves the history side of it. I better make sure that that wasn't him that sent me a message, actually. What have I done with my phone? I put that well out of the way, didn't I? No, it wasn't. That's Brett. Something about boot spoiler meets Novus. That's an expensive bit of polishing. It's cheaper to get T-cut. It's cheaper to get T-cut, Brett. Yeah, no sign of Sean today, so I better have another beer then when I'm thinking about polishing this. They used fishing line originally back in the day. Yeah, I find the nylon line is pretty useless. It just slips too much. Some sets you can get away with it, but the majority of them, the nylon line is absolutely rubbish. But braided line is good. And I've got 2 or 3 different thicknesses of braided line, including some stuff that is actually 1 mil, but I think it's some like £100 breaking strain or something crazy. Back on the Abbott. Cheers, Mike. Cheers, mate. Right, a bit more. Dab a little bit on there. I've got a brand new one of these, but no point to opening that till you've used all of it, because it's not cheap, this stuff. I do get the bigger size ones. These are 237 mil, but I think they do one that's about 100 and something mil as well. These last years. I've had these probably about 3, maybe 4 years, and I've just had to replace them recently. Well, last year. I haven't started opening the other ones yet. Still on the originals. Oh, I can really see a shine coming up on these now. Hell. This is going to be like a brand new dial plate, I reckon. A little bit of... There's no major scratches on this whatsoever. There's just really fine scratching around the volume and tuning. I think it's already come out and I haven't really gone mad on it. So give it another once over. Derek, thanks very much, mate. You use Brasso on mine? Yeah, I always used to use T-Cup mic. I always used to use T-Cup, but I found it was a lot more difficult using T-Cup than it is using this stuff, because the course, this one here, that really does strip it back. You know, that gets it back really quick. With T-Cut, you'd be 2-3 times as long as you would using this stuff. So this is really a time saver, without a doubt. This stuff here, this number 2, that is more like T-Cut, to be fair. It's much finer. So yeah, T-Cut or anything like that. I think Brasso. I used to use the Brasso wadding as well. That worked quite well. Okay, so it's getting some elbow grease because I can feel my shoulder. My shoulder knows that I'm doing this. So in the instructions, it basically says to keep going round in circular motions until it all disappears, basically, and then you're pretty much there. Well, I think we're pretty much there. I don't think we're going to do it any more than that. So what I'll do is I'm going to go and take it. I can still see a bit of scratching around it, but it is light, just in that area there. I might just give that a little bit extra. Thing is, with this fine stuff, you tend to just polish the scratches. You don't actually remove them, so they're still there, but they're sort of blended in, if you know what I mean. So yeah, I'm going to take this in the bathroom and just wash off the polishing compound, because we don't want it riding around underneath the dial plate and removing any of the lettering. So I'm just extra concentrating just on that one area there. Ooh, cool. Makes the arms burn after a while. The same there. Right, I'm going to go and just wash that off just to get rid of the stuff, because it bleeds through from the other side. Just wash that off. Use a toothbrush or paintbrush. Use a paintbrush, I think. So bear with me, I'm just going to nip into the bathroom and do that. Let's have a quick swig of the beer. And if anyone wants to go to the toilet, this is going to make you go to the toilet, so I'm now going to be running water. It'd be nice to have a proper set-up workshop, wouldn't it, with a Belfast sink, a nice mechanical workbench with drill press. You never know, one day if I win the lottery, I might be able to afford to get a little industrial unit, or even get a porta cabin and put in the back garden or out in the field. Be amazing to have that bit of space. Oh, could do so much more with a bit of extra space. At the moment, I'm always sort of fighting. I've got to move stuff around to do anything, really. You never know, one day. keep saying if we win the lottery, but we don't actually do the lottery, so it's unlikely that we're going to have a win. Yeah, that's the point, isn't it? You say if we win the lottery, but we don't actually do the lottery. We used to. This is Cruncher likes a bit like we do the odd scratch cards. We like a bit of scratch card action, but yeah, we're not actively doing the lottery at the moment. We should do really, because you know you've got to be in it to win it, as they say. You've got to be in it to win it. Right, Michael, how you doing? How does the Novus compare to metal polish? It's better. It's designed for plastic, Rich. It's actually a plastic polish. It's not a metal polish, so it is actually designed for plastic. So yeah, it is better. As I say, it restores original appearance to plastics. Highly recommend. And this is just like an anti-static final finish where it doesn't really polish it. It just gives it a bit of a sheen and an anti-static coat. Duraglit, yeah, I think that's what I actually had. Or was it Brasso wadding? I can't remember. If you look back in some of my oldest videos, you'll see, I'm sure. So you see I've peeled off a layer, so let's just give that a wipe off. Really, you shouldn't wipe it with anything but their cloths. Let's give it a bit of a squirt of this. Use a fresh polishing cloth. As you can see, it's virtually disappeared. You can't really see the scratching as such now. How's that? I'm sure Mr. Mancave will be happy with that. Right, 10 minutes. Let's have a look at the R707. So I'm going to put that very carefully to one side because I've got to do a bit of cleaning inside the dial face, in underneath the dial plate. So there we go, Novus done. I mean, I buy this in a kit with all three and a load of polishing, you know, a load of these polishing cloths. It comes in a kit. The original seller doesn't sell it anymore, but there's still somebody out there selling the bigger ones. You can get a kit with the smaller ones as well if you're only going to do. I mean, it'll last you years. So I polish a lot of dial plates, but if you only do one every so often, that'll last you for years and years, the small ones. You won't need to buy the bigger ones. Thanks, Mike. So this is the R707 from last week, from last Wednesday. If you remember, we had distorted FM on it. AM was fine, but FM was distorted. Now, I spent a little while going through it. Let's see if we can get the overhead camera down a little bit, and I'll show you what the main issue was. Now, I don't know whether this was some sort of modification that they did. Where's my overhead camera? Okay, yeah. So if you see this is the switchboard. If I just zoom out a bit, this is the switchboard. on the, let's just turn that light off on that one actually, it's glaring a bit. This is the switchboard on the R707. And, you know, FM basically comes out here, and it goes into the volume pot and out to the amplifier circuit. So the first IF is in this can, but if you look here, so can you see this track here? It's got some solder on it. That was bridged. There was a bridge right the way across those two tracks. Now I thought, well, it looked factory. It actually looked factory. So I got my other chassis out. Exactly the same version, and look, there's absolutely no tinning of that track whatsoever. So for some reason, and I don't know why, somebody's joined those two tracks together. Now I took that link out and it was immediately better. It was immediately better. It wasn't perfect, but it was a lot better. So what I then did was again, I wouldn't recommend doing this unless you know what you're doing, otherwise you could end up in outer space. Now on this particular radio, compared to the R600, that first hole, this is the VHF tuning unit, that first hole is the first IF. So basically, I tuned it to a very weak station and I went through the IF stage on FM, which is the yellow ones, including the dreaded module. I was brave enough, I put my big boy's trousers on and I went through all of the IF stage, and once I'd done that, it brought it up quite a lot, in fact a hell of a lot. So whether someone had been in and tweaked any of these, I don't know, but there was a sticker over it, so I'm thinking possibly not. I then went in and did the alignment on these four. Two of these are FM, two are AM, and lo and behold, it's working, it's fine. So yeah, it was a game, it was a job, but that one is now working. I need to get that one sorted because it is done now. I need to get that one back off to its owner, get it built and back to him. He can crack on with the rest of it. So the only other thing left was our stash of untested capacitors from the R707. So there's the three transistors that we changed. I think we put the Russians in, didn't we? So there's an AF115 and two AF116s in it. So this is our capacitor stash. So eyes down and looking. Let's whip through them. Let's whip through them and see what we got. See what we've got. Where she goes, nobody knows. Right. So I think in traditional form, we'll start with the biggest and work our way down. So the largest one is this monster, which is 640 microfarads at 10 volts. 640 at 10 volts. So place your bets, please. 640, 10 volts. While I get my beard down my neck. $759.60. Yeah, it's unbranded, this one, but I would suggest that it probably is a Philips cap, because it does look the same, but without the blue sleeve on it. Because if you peel the blue sleeve off of these, they look exactly the same. So I think it's a Philips cap, but with the blue sleeving peeled off for some reason, or they didn't put the blue sleeving on the higher values, but they did. So 640. We're going 960. Rich has gone big. Mike's gone even bigger, 980. With capacitor Pico, yeah. It is. It's a bit of excitement at the end of the day for us. I think we did the ones in the IF can, didn't we? We did those, so we can eradicate those from the proceedings. So the ones in the IF can we've already done. I've broken another nail. Oh no! Oh no! So those are the ones in the IF can which we've already done. So we're not going to redo those. There was some howlers in there as well. There was one that was really bad. Who else we've got? Lawrence. Hi, Lawrence Ruddock. How are you? And Nigel Hill. Nigel's in 734. It is Philips. Good one, Rob. I thought it was. It looks exactly the same. It absolutely looks exactly the same, apart from the fact that it's not got the blue wrapper on it. PM show, 6 PM show. what are you on about, Paddy? Am I missing something? 680 for Mike. I can't. We did actually test this one in circuit, so if you've got a good memory, you might be in with a bigger chance on this one. Of course, the big thing is not the capacitance really; it's the ESR. So, but saying that, if it's way out, then that would be an issue. I've got this label to stick back on, look, saying to return it to Roberts for replacement. Mr. Cody's did that, and he's never heard from him since. Right, I think we're ready. I'm going to go for it. Ooh, we are in the 800s. We are in the 800s now. Who's got that one then? 807. So you either need to be in the high 700s or the low 800s. We did have some. We had Gavin at 880. 790, Dave Rhodes. I think it's Dave Rhodes. I think that's yours, Dave. I think it's Dave Rhodes. He's only 5 out, isn't he? No, 9 out. Dave Rhodes takes it. Next one then. 470. 10 volts, 470. $470, eyes down. 470, 10 volts. Philips. $15 out. Oh, it's my maths, Dave. I know there's a 5 in it. $470 then. As I say, it's Philips. I mean, these are supposed to be pretty reliable. And to be fair, they do seem to work in the circuit. But I suppose it's all really down to whereabouts in the circuit it is as to whether it's going to work or not, or what part of the circuit it's going to affect, really. And a lot of these are from the amplifier stage. So you're going to get potentially different voltages. I don't think I've done the quiescent current and midpoint voltage on that one, have I? I don't think I have. I must remember to do that before I send it back, because that will also cause the audio to distort, but across all of the bands. How are we doing then? 470. We've got quite a few for 470. I'm not sure where the crossover is. What's the crossover then? Right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to push it. I'm going to push it. I'm going to go. Oh, Christ, that's high again, isn't it? 200 microfarads high. ESR's okay. It's definitely gone high, so it's definitely drying out. 670.2. We've got a 610, 620, 680 Mike Atlantis. Whoa, 680's got to be it, isn't it? 10 over, or somebody got 590? Is it Mike? 680? We've got two 680s, both Mike. We've got Mike and Mike. We've got a tie. We've got a tie break. We've got Racing Demon and we've got Mike Atlantis, both on 680. Oh, hang on. No, Mike, that was Mike's previous one. Okay. Yeah, you went again, Mike, didn't you, at 589. So, yes, it is Mr. Racing Demon. Mr. Racing Demon. Winner, winner. Right, what else have we got here? We've got some 220s next, I think. Yeah, we've got a couple 220s. Again, this is out of the Roberts R707, if you're wondering what the hell we're up to. These are the capacitors that I took out on Wednesday when we recapped it. Put the module back in. So 220, 16 volts. Again, these are all Phillips caps. 220, 220. We've got a few guesses coming in. You were shouting 670 keyboard problem, but your dog heard you. Paul Collins, new thumbnail, Paul. $901. Whoa, you're going big, Phil. You're going big. It's 220, Phil. I mean, it is definitely possible. It is possible. Let's do it. Let's do it. I think most of us are in. Oh, this is, oh. Oh. It can't find it. Is it just because it's not clamped on properly? There we go. There we go. Oh, that's not far off actually, is it? 220, 261. So who's closest to 261? We've got 290, 275, Rich. It's drawing with Dave Rhodes. 274, Lawrence has gone one below. It's There's 3 on 275. Lawrence has gone 1 below on 274 and got it, I think. It is Lawrence. Yep, Lawrence. Well done, Lawrence. 1 below. 3 of you on 275. Look. So not far off. That one would have been fine. Again, same again. 220. Exactly the same. I bet you're all going to go around 260 now, aren't you? So exactly the same. Obviously, it's different cap, but same value. From the R707. Got to be Robert's best ever radio. And one of the hardest they ever made to work on. It's debatable whether the R600 or the R707 is hardest to work on. I think probably the R600 might be a fraction harder than the R707, just because of the way the switch bank is laid out. Lawrence's strategy works, just go 1 under. It worked that time, didn't it? Okay, so we've all gone down a little bit now. Rob's gone high, 450. Everyone's coming down into the 200s now. Lawrence 256. 273. Wow, we're all round about. Let's push the button then. Ooh, 259. Someone's on 260, weren't they? 256 for Lawrence. Oh dear. Is it Lawrence? 256. He's only 3 off. It's got to be Lawrence. Is that a double whammy, Lawrence? I think that's a double whammy. That's a double whammy for Lawrence, I think. Oh, hang on, there's a 261, Dave, 59. Yeah, no. It's Dave. It's Dave Rhodes, 261. He's just pipped it. He's just pipped it. It was nearly a double whammy there, Lawrence. The 61 is closer than 56. So I think we've got Dave Rhodes has taken that. You nearly done the double there, Lawrence, but not quite. So what have we got now? We've got some 150s. We've got 3 150s there. So we've got 2 at 16 volts and 1 at 6.3 volts. So let's do the 16 volt 150. You did pipped it at the post there, Dave. 150 then. 16 volts. Cruncher needs a calculator. I do. I need to know maths. I need to know maths, Dave. I got there though, Dave, in the end. So we've currently got in a 150 microfarads at 16 volts. Cheers, Brett. Catch you soon, mate. We've got 3 150s, so Brett, you can have a quick guess before you run. 190. Yeah, all 175, Brett. Okay, no worries, mate. We'll put you down for 175 for all 3. You never know, you could win it. You could win in your absence. Was it they call win by, I can't remember what it is now, not win by default, win by proxy, isn't it? Win by proxy. Shame no Dallies. Stratospheric. Yeah, well, I've got all the Dallies, but we've already done those because all the Dallies were in this. They were all in that stash, like the Dallies, but that was the ones we did for last week. All them lovely blue Dallies. We didn't dilly-dally with those, did we? Right, 150. I'm going to push a button. All done? All done? I'm going to do it. It's going to go. Oh, pretty much bang on 200. 200.2. Oh, you're going to make me do maths again, aren't you? We've got Doug on 210, I think. Is that the last one? I've lost which one's where now. 230, 150. 210 is Doug. I'm pretty sure Doug is this one. Doug's closest so far, 10 out. Anybody 190? Oh, Rich is the other side. 190, but we've got the 0.2 on it. So that's going to pull Doug fractionally into the lead. 194. Oh, 194 is Dave. It's you, Theo? What did you say? 194? You've said the same. You and Dave have drawn. It's a draw. It's a draw. Dave Rhodes and Theo Bovril. Exactly the same cap again then. Another 150 at 16 volts. The other one was dead on 200. So it's gone high. It was out of tolerance really. Oh, it was Jed, was it? Hang on. Let me get me bloody maths going, Jed. You can't trust me. 198. It was you, Jed. I missed that. I'm getting confused about as to who's done what on what one now. Well done, Jed. It's pretty good. Only 2 off, to be fair. I missed that one. Oh, Paul's gone 199.2, look. Oh dear. Lawrence 172. Mike 230. Was the other one was 200, wasn't it? You nearly got that one on the nose, Jed. He's gone 204, so watch out for Jed. He's the underdog. Not the underdog. What is he? Well, you know what I mean. Pardon me. Jed did take it. I've acknowledged it, Jed. You've done it. Right. Are we all done? Eyes down, then here we go. Oh, he's only just more. 201.5. Come on, someone else do the maths this time then. Jed's close again, 204. 199. Oh, that's it, Paul. 199.299. I think it's Paul, isn't it? I think that's you, Paul, surely. Unless my maths is so bad. 207. I think it's Paul with 199.2. Unless I haven't seen them all. We've got a bit of a delay, so apologies, but I think that's Paul. Paul's snuck that one. It's Let's pour the rest of my Abbott in my glass. It's going down quite well today, actually, this. It is Paul that time. A draw. Jed as well? Jed, what did Jed get then? 204. No, Paul was only 2 out. Jed was 3. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. That was... Shows how great my maths is, doesn't it? Right, okay. We've got another 150. This one's a lower value. So what you tend to find with the lower value ones is the ESR is higher. So this is 150, but this is only 6.3 volts. So it could affect the capacitance as well. So 150, 6.3 volts. So I'm taking Doug as the first guesser at 210. Still got a few to go yet. We still got a fair few to go yet, look. Still got a fair old stash to get through. Paul's gone 199.3 this time. He's got another 0.1. Hedging his bets. Have we had a howler? A couple have been really bad, haven't they? I've lost track of which was the worst one, but there you are. I certainly think Sean will be happy with his radio anyway. That's a cracking bit of kit, that, isn't it? Jed's one. Well, Jed, you gotta watch out for Jed. He's a dark horse. Oh, Keith, 919. Really? Hell. I think if it's that high, Keith, it would just go. Daniel 188. Keith, you're having 2 goes. Keith, which one do you want, Keith? Do you want 919 or do you want 185? Have another go, Keith. F3. Go on, F3. F3 goes, Keith. Go on. Do another one. Do another one. We'll let you have 3, Keith. Excellent. 185. 185. Okay. So 185 for definite then, Keith. Do you want to do another one just for good luck? Excellent. Right, we've got a full screen there, so let's do it. Would you believe it, Keith? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He's only got it. He went twice just to make sure. 185. Keith, you were absolutely pretty much bang on. 0.6 out. There can't be nobody closer than that unless someone's gone 186. 186 would have taken it. 186 would have taken it. But Keith's got it. The law of averages. Oh dear, yeah, the 919 was a bit far-fetched, Keith. Right, what else have we got here? That's what 2.2, 2.2. There's a lot of 2.2s here, 2.2. Oh, we got 10. Another 10. Another 2.2. Okay, we've got a 33 then. 33 next up. Lucky Shamrock. I mustn't try doing Irish accents because it comes out Pakistani every time. 33 then. This is, what's the value on this? Got to be high. Oh, 6.3 volts. 33. So we're expecting a fairly high ESR on this one. Keith is now called Keith 6. Not Keith 666. 33 then. 33. 33 for Keith. Sorry, Rob, I mustn't try Irish accents. They don't come out good at all. Irish accents and me don't mix. We know mixy. We don't mix. $36.4-ish. Keith's gone 39, everybody. Keith's gone 39. Everybody, Keith's gone 39. Anybody want to alter? Anybody want to alter? Keith's gone 39. Well, my accent's good, Rob, is it? It probably ain't, mate. It probably isn't very good. It's probably pretty shocking, actually. Probably pretty shocking. Oh, I've got some messages from eBay. Yep, looks like I'm going to go and get my my thingy-bob next Saturday. Right, are we all good? Let's do it. 33, and it is. Ooh, it's not far off. ESR 1.1, yeah, a bit high, but not a game changer. 37.7. So anybody on 38? We've got Keith on 39. It's not Keith again, is it? It's Keith again, isn't it? It's Keith again. Oh, hang on, Paul. 36. Oh, we're going to have to do the maths on this. 36.6, 36.4 or 39. So 1.3. I think it could be Paul Collins. I think it's Paul Collins, people. Help me with the maths. Help me with the maths. I think it's Paul. Paul's 1.26 out. And Keith is further out than that. I think it is Paul Collins. It is Paul, isn't it? It is. You've changed, Theo. It is Paul. Paul got that one. Well done, Paul. So the next ones are both 10 microfarads, 25 volts. 10 microfarads, 25 volts. You've done it. Paul takes the trophy. You're stopping while you're ahead. Yeah, you mustn't gamble too much, Paul. You'll get some gambling fever, whatever they call it. So 10 at 25 volts. Arena Engineering 9. 12, Theo, 16, 36, Mike. Whoa. That would be a howler, but it is possible. Who gets the green capacitor jacket? I don't know if I've got a green capacitor jacket. I've got blue ones. Or you could get a Plessy. You could get a Plessy label, a yellow Plessy label, I think. $14, $15, $17. Oh, they're all keeping close together now. The only one that's stuck his neck out is Mike Racing Demon. Capacitor Masters. Oh dear. Mike stuck his neck out with 36. Everyone else is playing safe. All playing safe. Are we all done? Are we all done? Give you a minute to just get your final votes in. While I get the last beer of the day in, which is another McEwen's Champion. I'm going to finish on a hot one. Award-winning premium beer. Nice. Let's get the best tool in the set. The Weira bottle opener. Quality beer, Dave. Let's do it then. Ooh, ESR isn't great, but it's actually pretty much spot on. So who is closest to 10.5 then? Jed is on 12. 9. Oh, it's Arena Engineering with 9. 1.5 out. Jed is 1.5 high. Hang on, no, we got Dave 11.6. Dave, is it Dave? It's Dave, I think. I need to do the maths, but I think it's Dave. 1.1 out. Arena Engineering was 1.5 out. It is Dave. Dave, you've won it again, Dave. Christ. You're going to clear me out, Dave. You're going to clear me out, mate. So the next one is the same, exactly the same cap. Well, not the same cap, but the same value. Same voltage. Same value, same voltage. $10 microfarad, 25 volts. We're getting near the end. Exactly the same. That was surprising because a lot of those 10s do go a bit higher. So whenever I order capacitors, I always order more 10 microfarads than anything else because Mike's going to 36 again. If you keep going 36, Mike, one of them will be 36. It might take us quite a few to get there, but you never know. Oh, brilliant. 10.9. Oh, keeps being safe. 10.9. 11. Oh, we're getting close again. 13. Arena. It could be. You never know. They are random. The next batch are going to be interesting because they're all 2.2, but we'll get this 10 out of the way. Then we've got 4 2.2s left. And I've gone half an hour over. Surprising what a bit of cat bingo does, isn't it? All done? Let's do it. Ooh, 12.32. Oh my god, we're going to have to do some maths again, aren't we? Oh, is it Derek? Derek's somewhere around about 0.8 out. I think it's Derek. But I may be wrong. 12.5. Sorry, 11.5. Oh, it's close. It's between Gavin and Derek. Oh, it's got to be Derek. Oh, Theo. What's Theo said? 11.9. Yeah, you're right, Theo. Sorry, mate. I missed that. It is Theo. It is Theo. Well done, Theo. Right, 2.2's next. Let's do an average. We need the average then. I've got four 2.2's. So I want the average of all four. So you got one guess, and the one who's closest to the average wins. Let's get a pen. So 2.2, and whoever gets closest to the average of all four gets it. Theo's the man. Theo's in the zone. So what I'm going to do is test all four, one after the other, put them down, divide them by 4, and that's that'll be the winner. Winner, chicken dinner. So I think Arena Engineering is first with 2.6. So we're looking at there downwards. So get your votes in, get your guesses in. UF ESR. If anyone wants a bonus point, they can go for the ESR, and we'll do an average of ESR as well. We'll do an average of ESR as well at the same time. Lock and load the first one in. Are you all done? Are you all done? Are we going for doing some ESRs? Okay, we'll go with the ESR average as well. So they're low value, so in theory the ESR is going to be a bit higher than 1. Hopefully not too much higher, but you never know. The thing is, with the averages, if you've got one that's like really high, it'll pull the rest of them up with it, won't it? So I'm going to need some help with the scoring on this. Mike's gone 11. Mike's gone high again. He's gone high again. Derek's gone 3 decimal places now. Boy, you could be right, you know. Theo's 2 decimal places. Oh my god. Okay, we're on the ESRs now, so I'm going to start rattling through them. So, capacitor number 1, 3.02 with an ESR of 0.9. Okay, not far off, 0.8 out. Next one. 2.74, 0.94, so they're all pretty close. They're actually quite good. They're quite good. And the next one. Another 3.02, 0.89. They're all around the 9, around the 0.9. And the last one. These are all good. Unless this one's a howler, I think these are pretty good. Because they're 63 volts, that's probably why. Oh, hello. Oh, that one's higher. 3.14 and 1.08. Okay, I've got to do the maths. I've got to do the maths. Where's the phone? Where's the phone? So the ESR is pretty good on these. So 3.02 plus 2.74 plus 2 plus 3.14. So we've got 11.92. 9 plus 0.29 plus 3.81. So let's do that one first. Divide that by 4. So 0.95 is our ESR. And 2.98 is our microfarads. So we're looking for 2.98 and 0.95. So who's taken it? 2.98. We've got Doug at 2.8, 2.85, Dave. Oh, someone's got to do the maths for me. 2.7, Keith. 2.8, Doug. Dave is 2.85. Mike, 11. No, Mike, you're Mike, no. I think is it Dave Rhodes? Unless someone's gone for 3. 2.7. And who's taken the ESR? Cheers, Rob. Catch you soon, mate. It's Dave again, isn't it? It's Dave Rhodes. You stepped in something today, Dave. I don't know who's got the ESR then. I think the ESR, you were all fair way out on that, weren't you? 1.9 was Gavin, 1.5 Doug. Was Doug closest on ESR? I think Doug took the ESR at 1.5. So there you go, Doug. You did get a win. Yeah, you're definitely right there, Dave. You had a good day today, mate. You cleared up today. There you go. Bit of fun, isn't it? Just a bit of a mess about at the end. It's all good stuff. All good stuff. That's me done. I don't know what a t-shirt says today, actually. It's something about wilderness or something. I don't know. Something your... Oh, follow your true... Follow your true lies. Oh, follow your true lies own path. God knows. God knows what it says. Cheers, Dave. That's it for today then, people. As I say, I think I will come on Wednesday. We'll come on Wednesday. We'll have a bit of a debate as to whether we carry on with the Wednesdays. Mike! Gotta make Mrs. Demon her chicken dinner. That's what I've got tonight. Chicken dinner for me as well, Mike. Been fun. Can't be a bit of accurate action. Boy, all you Radio Rascals, stay safe. Cheers, Mike. Thanks very much, mate. You've lost all your winnings, Paul. You have. Dave's cleared you out. Cheers. I'll see you on Wednesday. As I say, I've got Funeral Friday. I was going to just quickly pop up Gary's info again, if I can find it here. because don't forget to say, Gary, one of the channel moderators and one of our big supporters, a good friend of mine. Really sad to see him go. It's going to be a sad day on Friday, really, but got to be done. We've got to give him a send off. Are we chucking a bit in the pot for the? I think it's a Salvation Army they're collecting for on the day. Just see if I can find it. I've got so much stuff up here. I think it was a GoFundMe, not Just Giving, I think. Yeah, here we go. I've got it. I found it. Okay. No. Well, screen cap. Cube. So if anybody does want to do a last minute donation, I think he's over his goal, which is absolutely brilliant. I'll stick that in the chat if anyone does want to. For our mate Gary, and he was a good mate of the channel, Gary. Such a shout. I still can't believe that he's gone, to be fair. But there you go. Real shame. So he's hit his goal. Sean, I put a donation in for Sean. I put a donation in myself. And looks like 18 people have donated. So thanks. Anybody that's has donated, there's a couple or three anonymous ones in there. So if there's any of you guys, thank you very much. And we will miss Gary. We will miss him. So there you are. IPS of Revox. Yeah, Sean is going to be pleased with that, I'm sure. It's virtually there. I've just got to give it a bit of a clean up, and I've done the polishing the dial face. I've got to do a bit of lubing on the pulleys, and then that'll be good. Cheers all, and I'll catch you on Wednesday. I think we'll look at the stuff that Simon from Simon's World sent me. Some interesting stuff there. Might be a solution for you people with hackers, Roberts that use the PP9 type batteries. So yeah, keep an eye out for that on Wednesday. Bye for now. I will just quickly go over the donations for today. I keep forgetting to do that. Apologies. It is appreciated. So let's go there. Hopefully that's there on. Yes, we are. Okay. So it's saying that the bit rates. This bit rate thing does my head in. Right. Okay. Well, it's only. I don't know why it does this, but it's only showing Mike's. But there was some other donations in there. I think Derek and Mike both contributed today. I don't know why it does. It's doing some weird stuff at the moment. Or is it because that's in the way? I don't know. Analytics. But basically, £31 has been donated today, and Rob Cross as well. So Rob, Mike, Derek, thank you very much. That's it for today, people. I hope you've enjoyed that. It's been quite good doing the alignment on the RP30. I was hoping to do it with a sine meter, but maybe I can do a video of that at some stage. And don't forget, I have got a video coming out this week, so look out for Cruncher Does DIY. My first venture into a DIY video. Wasn't really intentional, but people had asked to see it, so I recorded it. Cheers for now, people. Catch you soon. Stay safe. See if I can get all this working. Bye for now.